Departments and Administration Committee. We will open our work session on 4 bills related to the Administrative Procedures Act. But first, I will ask Representative Pearson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. No, I don't have the voice for singing. I'm not sure about you, Representative DeRoy. First, I'd like to open up the work session on House Bill 1211. That is relative to, 1261. 1261 is the pretty significant recodification of the Administrative Procedures Act. This is one, you can give us a pink card. That does make it a little easier. This bill I sponsored on this side. I'm the vice chair of JELCAR, the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. Senator Lang, who's the chair of that, introduced the same language over in the Senate. So they've already moved forward and passed it with an amendment that I do have here to hand out. But since this is an important topic, because this is the committee that looks at rules and makes sure that the rulemaking authority that we give is correct, and make sure that we're going to be able to actually make sure that the statutes are enacted the way that we would like, the way that we intend, I should say. We don't always like what we pass, but the way that we intend as a body, and make sure that that keeps that legislative intent. I think it's important to look through these, look through the way that this is recodified. And we'll invite the director, Osterhoff, up when he gets a moment after he fills out that card. I'm going to pass out this amendment as well. I may have passed it out earlier. I'm not sure, but I had this printed on January 27th. So it doesn't hurt anything except for the trees to pass it out again. Yes, that's 354. And so this is a pretty significant one, but I will have the director explain to us what we're doing here. Thank you. Yes. Okay. And so whenever you'd like to walk us through, just make sure you introduce yourself, turn on that microphone.
Good morning. My name is Douglas Osterhow. I am the director of the Division of Administrative Rules for the Office of Legislative Services. And as Representative Leon explained,
could you bring the microphone a little closer?
Sure, I can move up too. My team provides legal counsel on administrative rules that come before the committee. Representative Leon asked that I go through the bill. As she pointed out, there is a parity bill in the Senate that already passed in the Senate with the amendment you have in front of you. This was my ask. I provided some written testimony on the first hearing of the bill. Essentially, the ask comes from my frustration having to deal with the Administrative Procedure Act when I was with the executive branch. So it kind of inspired me to give it a rewrite, and we've made a few tweaks here and there, but for the most part, this is a pretty just standard redraft of the requirements that are already there. The bill is 30 pages long. I'll go through it. I'm going to try and just hit the highlights. If anybody has any questions, obviously feel free to jump in, stop me at any time. So right away on page 1, we're going to see something that is represented throughout the bill. I'm on page 1, line 4. It starts with the word file, and you'll see there's a change there. It says by the director to director of the Division of Administrative Rules for the office. This is really just putting into statute what's already happening in practice. When agencies file rules, they aren't going to the director of OLS, they're coming to admin rules. So they're coming to me. My team is the one reviewing them, so we're really just having the statute reflect what's going on. You'll see this. This was actually at a request of Terry Paft and the previous director, James Vara. Some places where it's significant is it is going to give my position a little bit more decision-making authority. So one place I think really where we're going to see it the most is in waivers. So currently, if an agency needs to waive a timeline in the Administrative Procedure Act, they send the request to me. I review it. I consult with the chair and the vice chair of the JLCAR. We have a conversation. We make recommendations. We come to a decision, and then I reach out to the OLS director, who usually just signs the letter that I have drafted based on the recommendations from the chair and the vice chair. All this would do is officially put that decision-making power in my hands. So once I've consulted, or whoever's in my position, I'm optimistic. Once I've consulted with the chair and vice chair, we've come to a determination. They've agreed to either grant or not grant the waiver. I draft up that letter the same. I'd be the one signing it instead of the director of OLS. And that's really the change we're seeing here. But it's just to reflect what's actually happening in practice. The bill drafters on the OLS side are sort of a separate entity than the admin rules team. We're a little bit unique. And so that's really what we're trying to do here. And you'll see the reason I started there, but you'll see that throughout. Wherever it said director, you send it to the director.
Perfect. And if you can-
I presume OLS is delighted with this change.
I think they love it. They asked me for it. So that's just one I want to point out. If you're on the agency side, if you're on the JLCAR side, you wouldn't notice any difference at all. Right? This is purely a process thing on the back end. What else do we have? I did make one change, and I consulted with some people in the executive branch to see if this makes sense. I did change the definition of a party. I would say 99.9% of this bill deals with rules, but I changed the definition of party because it actually, as written, you get party party status just by asking under this definition. So really, that's not how it works. You request party status, and if you're legally entitled, the order just comes through. You are now a party to this, and you would have all the rights and privileges. But you don't gain party status simply by asking. It's more just a cleanup than anything. That's
what
on
is-
page
sorry.
2, line 5.
And the party status, what does that confer to somebody if they're considered a party?
I mean, you can file. You have a right to be heard. You get the documents that are entitled. But what I think what I'm nervous about, and this was just as I was going through, is somebody trying to get documents they're not otherwise entitled to, suddenly gaining party status just because a request was made, and this just makes it go through the proper channels. I think the danger of that happening is extremely low, because a hearing officer could already say, you have no business in this matter, you're not a party. But I just wanted to clarify it. So it's more of a clarification thing than anything.
Okay, and it still keeps all the transparency. that
All
we
the
have throughout
transparencies there. It
process.
doesn't really change much. It just clarifies the process and the practice, right? So nobody who should be a party is going to be denied. Nobody who shouldn't be a party should be admitted into the case, and the hearing officers are going to control all that. It's really a clarifying thing. But I did reach out. I didn't want to just do this on my own, so I reached out to a couple of hearing officers in different agencies throughout the executive branch, and they were all on board with this change. It made sense to them.
Okay.
And again, it's going to reflect actual practice kind of thing. No real change if you were on the outside. You wouldn't even notice.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Going through, sorry. So minor things you're going to see throughout. Now I'm on page 3. I'm bouncing around. Page 18, this is one of my own hangups. It says procedure for adoption of rules. This is 541A3. I literally just changed the name because the adoption of rules is both the overarching adoption of rules and it's also a part of the process. So I could say to you right now that filing an initial proposal is part of the rulemaking adoption of rule process, but not part of the adoption of rule process. And I would be correct because we use the term two different ways. And so I just clarify that the adoption is when an agency actually files with us to make that rule effective. That's what's going on here. And 541A3 is actually referring to the process as a whole. Again, this is something I don't think anybody in the world took issue with except for myself. But I did think it was confusing. And I know in the past, years ago, seeing that, starting to read and go, this is not what I'm looking for at all. And this is mistitled. So I'm just clarifying.
Representative Grota?
So I can see how these changes are going to benefit the agencies and the and GELCAR and the office. So how will, because this is what happens, we adopt this, right? And then how will the GELCAR committee be informed of this so that we start using the language that's going to complete the cycle?
I think that's an excellent question. Honestly, I think if you were a member of the GELCAR, you probably wouldn't notice a difference between practice now and practice later. None of the citations have changed. The vocabulary is remaining the same. I'm just removing that double definition. I don't think you're going to see. Now, there is one place you might, and I'll flag it. I should be there pretty quick. I don't want to waste your time with the change of a section heading. I'm just going through. I'm trying to hit the highlights. Like you'll see big deletions in paragraph 3 on page 4. All of that language literally just said to follow paragraph 1. It's redundant and not necessary. I cleaned it out just for ease of use. Same thing down below, line 19, removes ambiguity for when rulemaking begins, because there's actually 2 different triggers for when rulemaking begins in this statute. One is when you file for a fiscal impact statement. The other is when you actually begin the process. It is when you actually begin the process, because you could get a fiscal impact statement and not proceed with rulemaking. So it's just clarifying that. Paragraph 2, 541A4, line 21. It's got this notwithstanding language, and I have said this publicly in GELCAR meetings. I don't understand why this paragraph exists, because everything in this paragraph the general court can already do. If they don't like a rule, or they can change the laws. This doesn't really grant anybody anything that they can't already do, and it's just sort of this extra superfluous piece of words, just words. It's like me speaking. It's rambling in written form. So I just cut it out. Again, if we just keep going down, it's cleanup. Like I'm making grammatical changes in agency, that kind of thing, where it's a singular, I make it a singular. I'm on page 5. Amendments. This is a little bit on line 3. Intended action means proposed adoption, amendment, readoption, and readoption with amendment. There is no difference between readoption with amendment and amendment. It used to be you could change an individual sentence. That's no longer a thing that's permitted at GELCAR, so it just removes the thing that we haven't done for 10 years. Again, 541A6. I mean, this is really boring testimony, which is the way I want it to be. Right, 541A6.
Sorry, Representative Sytek has a question.
Oh, sure.
You made a point of distinguishing adoption of rules as the process of doing it and the actual adoption itself. Now you're using the word adoption again. Is that comport with your earlier change of definition?
I don't recall how I used it. No, I think that's an excellent point. I'm going to switch. If I mean adoption of rules, I'll use promulgation of rules, just to be clear and to comport with the statute and line up. I think I'm getting probably loose with the term there.
Well, is it going to be in the amendment or not?
So when I brought up the adoption versus adoption, adoption was used to describe the entire process of an agency developing and adopting a rule, but it's also a piece of the process. So when I said adopting, I probably meant promulgating. But I don't remember the exact instance. I'll have to go back and watch the video and I could give you a better answer. But I'll switch to promulgating to be clear. So when I said adopting, I probably meant the whole process. An agency adopting a rule, I meant the whole thing.
I'm just concerned about the consequences in the bill, that's all.
I understand. I think I'm kind of probably speaking on internal vernacular there.
So for
Right.
clarification, you're talking about the top of page 5 when it says the proposed adoption? That language. So is that the intended action?
Oh.
With that, you're talking about the actual end stage of adopting the rule as opposed to the entire process. So this proposed adoption is
I
that.
understand. So in that case, it wouldn't actually matter because at the end, you're talking about making that rule effective at the end.
Okay.
So yeah, there's confusion there. Yeah. So this would actually be adoption of a rule
Okay.
used in either sense in that case. Yeah. I know.
Been worrying about that for years.
I'm here to help. Again, I'm back on page 5, F24. It's the exact same criteria. It's just rewritten. Again, 36, you're going to see changes made. I'm on line 36, just changes to be consistent with other parts of the bill. So here's something on page 6, line 8. There is a requirement in here. This was a request from Senator Lang that when an agency goes to promulgate a rule for the first time because of a statutory change, they notify the chairperson of the legislative committee having jurisdiction over the subject matter. I believe 2 executive branch agencies have said that might be a bit ambiguous. This used to be the law. My understanding, this predates me, is that it wasn't really being done, so they took it out of the law. I want to say in 2019, Senator Lang has asked to put it back in, with the intent, I believe, to get committees more involved and engaged when they give out rulemaking authority. I know there's been a push for a few years.
Representative Schmidt?
Okay, one of the problems was that JLCAR process and a rulemaking process goes on 24/7, 12 months a year. You can't have a month without JLCAR meeting or meeting being formally waived and so forth. And one of the problems is that's not the way the legislature works. The legislature is in session from early January until sometime in June usually. But in the other months, the committees are not there. They might be there, an individual committee might be there, but in July and August, no committee activity or legislative activity. And the problem is if you're going to do something where you're going to have to confer and interact with the committee, they ain't there. So to the degree that you want to let the committee chair know, oh, this rule is here, blah, 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 they're not there for that consultation. It doesn't really work half the time. And so we decided not to do that because it's like lop off one of your legs, you're not going to be walking anymore. Maybe hopping, but you ain't walking. And so we just did away with it. That's
Representative Groda?
And I can understand that. However, by doing that, you caused inadvertently a cut or a chasm between the end of the adoption of the rule and looping back to the committee. And that's where basically the committee and the legislation that they hear, rulemaking is not on top of everyone's mind, and it has become this sort of enigma thing, an enigma that nobody really understands, and I think it's a magic, except for Peter and of course John and the chair and me. But so I think that it's important to have that loop back, because then it forces the committee to understand the consequence of the of the statute that was passed by the House in relationship to a bill that they heard. And I think it's very important. So I support that loop back, even though, you know what, life is tough. We're all big people here, and we have to do our jobs. And the legislative intent and how the rules turn out is extremely important. So I support that.
Thank you. And I would also make the point that this is something that Jalcar is working year round. Or we don't remove, we have chairs that are also serving year round, even if the committee isn't meeting. And if there is something that's large, we can convene the committee if we need to take a look at it, if we feel that there's a very, very big difference between what's happening. So I think that they're bringing that loop, because if you just get the general rulemaking notice, it's just like if you've co-sponsored 93 bills and then you can't get the prime sponsor for your 17 that you prime sponsored because they all blend into the ether. It's better to target the specific rulemaking notice to those chair people so that they understand what they're tasking Jalcar with when they give the rulemaking authority. So thank you. I'm sorry, Representative Schmidt?
So, but the problem is that no committee can take an action in place of the legislature, even the Jalcar. And so to the degree that you want to have the committee involved, and they're not, and the House is not in session, or the Senate is not in session for that matter, because they're part of the Jalcar process too, then you do have that gap. So I understand the principle, but the effectuation of that is problematical, because it comes back to the committee, and the chair can't do anything all by himself or herself, and so there's going to be a hiccup in all of that. So
Yes, the chair can notice
it's
a
not
meeting.
perfect. It's not a perfect process.
The chair can notice a meeting in order to meet and discuss the rules, because we're not simply limited to deal with introduced bills. The chairman has the ability to call the committee together to work on that.
Sure, but if the House is not in session, the committee can't do anything all by itself either. It's all got to go through the full body. So the committee can come back in, the chairperson can get involved, but where's the legislature to approve that?
Anybody can come and speak to the rules. We can speak to what's happened. We can have a vote from the committee about what we believe should happen so that we have the feel of the committee. Especially if there's a contentious implementation, we can clarify whether or not that is what the committee as a whole intended, especially if it's still in the same legislative session. Obviously, we have the time right after election and then until we've created the new committees where there's going to be a gap, but the rulemaking process isn't fast enough that something's going to fall entirely through the cracks. So.
And I think something else to point out is this doesn't actually require the committee to do anything. So it's really just the agency notifies the committee. It gives them an opportunity to.
That's good. I don't have a problem with that. It's just that we just don't have the legislature there to take up the committee's wishes and so forth. So it's going to hang there until the legislature acts on it or turns it down. So.
Representative Pearson?
There's one other thing, Representative Schmidt, is in that if there is an action that's taken by Jalcar and the committee discusses it and doesn't necessarily like it, that just becomes a trigger for legislation in the following filing period, right? So you have, and you can kind of get ahead of things where you're filing legislation that's informed, direct, and tackles the problem that's in front of it because you've already kind of had that first meeting. You know, you see what I'm saying? So, I mean, this all doesn't move quite at the speed of smell, but it's sort of, you know, so it gives the next filing period the opportunity, if action needs to be taken to the extent of a legislative change, we're already, the car's already down the track.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Representative Sytek.
But Representative Schmidt, the process has never been perfect.
Exactly my point.
Thank you. I appreciate you highlighting these. If you want to let us know a few more that we might want to discuss so that
Yeah.
we can make sure this is well reasoned.
Yeah.
Well, our decision is. I know that you put a lot of work into it.
Page 6, it's all just clarity. You'll see things that are crossed out, rewritten. It's all clarity or reflecting what's happening. Same with page 7. You look down 541A10, line 23. That change, it looks like a substantial change. It's literally the same requirements, just done for clarity. Same thing on page 8, 541A11. I guess really line 16 and starting on line 22, like that line 22 to 37 looks like a pretty extensive overhaul. It's actually the exact same requirements, just rewritten for clarity. And that's really what I'm trying to do with this language. Again, page 9, top of page 9, same thing. It looks like a complete overhaul. It's the same standards. It's the same requirements, just for clarity. Oh, sorry. I had a note to myself. I was checking to see if that was important.
Okay.
Again, page 10, just for clarity. Right at the top of the page, if you go down to line 26, just rewrote the sentence so it reads a little easier. Same thing with Roman numeral 8 at the bottom of the page, especially on line 6 and 7 at the top of page 11. Nothing is changing. I'm just rewriting it based on my past frustration. Sorry, I have my own notes here. I was looking at a note on 541A12. I had actually, it says an agency or agency official having rulemaking authority. I had actually taken out or agency official having rulemaking authority because I don't think we're seeing, or nor do I expect to see, a lot of people without rulemaking authority in an agency going forward with this process and the agency missing that happening. So I think the agency also meant an authorized representative. Some people on my team thought maybe the clarity, so I put it back in. I think it's a little redundant, but I was outvoted.
I have a question about page 11. So on line 7, page 11, what are we doing here, man? Give me the reasoning why you changed that.
I changed that because when this was added to 541A, I had a conversation with Representative Matt Simon at the time. And I think what I wrote actually reflects what he was trying to do, in that the agency receives written testimony and they can make a determination that this is vulgar, it's threatening, and they can refuse to publish something like that. And I got the question once, vulgar or inappropriately testimony may not be published. Some people were interpreting that may as a shall and not a may. And so I just tried to clarify the sentence. So I think I can't speak for Representative Simon, but my recollection from that conversation is that they have an agency has a rulemaking hearing, they receive written testimony, it has to go up online. If it's not related, if it's insulting, if it's vulgar, if it's something, not the intended purpose of written testimony, an agency can choose not to put that online.
Because maybe my interpretation follows a little bit different path, because what's struck out to me may not be published. I do read that more of a shall than an option, whereas this now definitely makes it an option. And now when you start to put things as an option,
Yeah.
someone is making a decision as to content. And that, I don't know what the procedure is with you guys. If you have testimony that do you strike out specific words that really shouldn't be in there? Like someone's throwing an F-bomb in a written testimony, does that just go away? Do you just not publish the whole thing? That's just kind of where I'm just trying to get a little bit of the line on that.
I haven't seen a lot of vulgar testimony where I've had to, right? I mean, this is an agency requirement to put their testimony online. We put ours in a meeting packet. I'm not personally familiar with a time we have had to strike language because it's vulgar, right? Most people engaging with the rules process are trying to be persuasive and trying to make a good argument. They're not being vulgar in their emails to us or to an agency. I think there's already a determination being made, right? Because it says vulgar or inappropriate testimony may not be published. And if you're reading that as a shall, there's really two questions there. One, is it vulgar or inappropriate? And two, should it be posted online? So I think there's already somebody making a decision. My understanding was that was supposed to be in agencies, right? I mean, they're the ones receiving the public comment. They're going to have to make that determination, right? If it's just a threat or whatever it might be, that's where the judgment call comes. So, I mean, I guess this opens it up so an agency could publish their vulgar comments received if they so chose. We could change it to a shall not, but I was trying to clarify the sentence based on the conversation I had with Representative Simon at the time. So the agency receives something, they decide, hey, this is vulgar, it's insulting, it doesn't help anybody in any way, we're not going to put that online. And I was just trying to keep that avenue open.
Thank you for the clarity. Perfect.
Representative Sitek?
When's the last time you've ever had an instance of vulgar testimony?
I'm not familiar with them. I'm sure they may have happened. I think this was because I remember Representative Potenza had introduced the bill, and that sort of got folded into another bill that was amending 541A, and this came from Representative Simon. So I don't know, and it's also an executive branch thing. I wouldn't be surprised if it happened, but I haven't seen it myself.
It seems to be more trouble than it's worth, especially since these things are recorded.
Thank you. And this is also one that with the they're not publishing it directly. They're giving it to the Division on Administrative Rules to be published, correct? Or are they publishing it directly? Because if there is something where it sort of slips through and they say, are you really sure that that's something you want to publish? There's a chance for the Administrative Rules Division to say this doesn't quite seem appropriate.
So the first line of that section actually says every public comment on a proposed rule that an agency receives electronically shall be promptly uploaded to a web page maintained by the agency. It is their website.
Okay.
So
No, thank you. Thank you. I missed that part. I was just thinking of the larger process.
drawn to the change.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
From my perspective, that was meant to be clarifying language.
Sorry. Yes. Actually, if we could invite the executive director up for just a moment.
Good morning. Thank you for indulging me. I didn't plan to testify. It sounded like there might be some discussion about removing that provision. I would say as an agency head, I really appreciate having that very small amount of discretion. We do receive vulgar and inappropriate comments, and I'm very thankful to not have to post them. I can think of one specific example. It was not based on a rule, but it was public comment within a board meeting, and I did not have that discretion, and so I was obligated to include it in board meeting materials, and I would have preferred not to. Obviously will not get into details. It was not appropriate, but it was related to there was a conference or some professional development about illicit massage businesses, as that was a topic of legislation, and there was some written materials that I was not fond of having included publicly. So should that come in a rule comment report that I have to publish directly on the website, I appreciate that discretion. So just for the committee's awareness, it is helpful, and it does happen.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Bailey?
Just out of curiosity, is it somewhere noted that something is being omitted? You know, just even in square brackets, oh, there's more that was omitted because it was vulgar or inappropriate, or? It just drops off the face of the earth.
So I guess that would be the question if there should be. Then you might get the issue of somebody trying to drive up the numbers of there were this many that were suppressed because of vulgarity. I guess the question is where the transparency line falls without making it a potential game for somebody, but also not something that's a matter of censoring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, I'm on page 12. Again, D on line 3 is written for clarity. Same thing with F. 2A, I did a big strikeout because what's there is already in the definition of a rule, so it's redundant, we don't need it, and then if we were to ever change that definition, it would be more confusing down the road. On page 13, in Roman numeral 6, lines 7 through 10, there's a lot of confusion around copyrighted material in the state, and I don't necessarily have the answer right now. So what I did was bring it in line when somebody makes a document request, bring it in line with 91A. I think they would already have to do that as an agency, but I just wanted to clarify. So there aren't two separate document request laws there, one protecting copyrighted material, another not protecting copyrighted material. And so I just thought I'll just point people in the right direction. 91A4 has those exemptions. Down on that page, that's the star, that's the big one. Line 18, 541-813. That in my written testimony, I provided the sample of the version I had done because it is a complete overhaul of the language. But again, it's not changing the requirements. It's basically breaking up these giant paragraphs and putting them into manageable chunks in the form of letters and numbers and just making it easier. And again, I think I said this in my first testimony, that was the section that really kind of made me want to overhaul 541A on the whole. I did make a change in E about the failure of the committee to act, and it ties what's going on in the rulemaking process to the committee action and not the written notice that they send out. I think it's a minor detail, and typically my team gets the notice out the same day as the committee action, but the committee action is a public action. It's recorded in the minutes. People are in the room. They know what happened. And so I thought what I wouldn't want to see is the committee to take action and then one of these fall through the cracks. My team somehow waits an extra week or two. We miss a notice or we miss the letter that goes out to the agency, and that changes the deadline. So really, I just wanted to tie it to committee action, which is what actually happening anyway. So that is a slight deviation from the norm, but I don't think anybody will ever see a difference because, like I said, we usually get those letters out one day. This is a safety net change more than anything. Just more in B, I rewrote just again. This is one I think I want to actually flag for the committee. So currently it says legislative intent. These are grounds for objection. And I think often,
this?
oh, I'm sorry, page 14, line 7. I'm in B, Roman numeral 4B. So the grounds for objection are beyond the authority of the agency, skipping ahead to C, determined not to be in the public interest, deemed by the committee to have substantial economic impact, not recognized in the fiscal impact statement. A, C, and D I didn't touch. B says legislative intent, and I think there's differences in the way people use that term. I think as an attorney, for me, it becomes part of legislative analysis, plain meaning, use of the word. I think sometimes the legislative intent is, in the legislative branch is used more what we intended the bill to do. not, and I might, it sounds like I'm splitting hairs, and that made sense in my head. So what I did was I went into the manual and I went into the JLCAR rules, and I took the grounds that we would actually use for objection in a committee meeting and listed them out. Instead of just having the word legislative intent, I put in contrary to any state or federal statute or regulation, the overall purpose of a statute, which I believe is how legislative intent is what was meant before. The drafting, violation of the chapter, the drafting and procedural manual, the state or federal constitution, or other applicable controlling authority. So if I was a member of the JLCAR, if the recommendation from my team would be based on one of these phrases here, it wouldn't necessarily say legislative intent. It'd be more specific. And so I took that more specific rule that we would use to draft an objection, and I put it right in the law for clarity.
Okay.
But it is a shock, and it is a departure from just the words legislative intent, and I wanna highlight that.
Thank you. So if people are under the impression that what they write in the committee report or majority report is used to interpret the way that the rules are put into place, if that's something we wanted, we'd need to say and not contrary to the committee reports published. Because otherwise, if we don't change it, it's not like that's being done. But if we were to add that in, that it's not contrary to the committee report adopted, that's how we could actually get true linkage to what some people interpret legislative intent to me. Would that be at least the right path of what I'm trying to say?
I believe so.
There's one other part to that too, though. And now that we've decided to record all of these lovely hearings for posterity, and I'm not sure how those are being archived. I mean, YouTube is not an archival entity, but it's certainly available, right? The discussions that happen within work sessions and within committee hearings as well. So it's not just the report anymore. There's a little bit more to that as far as intent.
For some, because we have had some committee hearings taken down because they were determined that they're discussing something that's misinformation or whatnot. So YouTube has taken some of them off. So that's part of why these recordings are not the official record. But yes, there are more ways to do that. Representative Grota?
I think it's important that when we write the committee reports, because the calendar is an official document, and also the folder that the clerk has on the hearings, which include the clerk's summary, the testimony, all that is part of the official document. So I think I think it is a good thing, but I also think it's going to take a different focus from the committee members who are writing the committee reports, and we just have to be aware of that. Right? It puts the responsibility where it belongs. Right now, the responsibility is after JLCAR is a little fuzzy. And so I think that our doing this puts more validity in or more backup for the JLCAR decisions.
And I also want to, if there was an objection based on legislative intent, this is the language that would be in the actual objection letter. So it is, from the JLCAR's perspective, it really shouldn't change anything at all. It's really just to clarify. But it is a departure, so I wanted to highlight that. Moving along, page 15. There's, again, it's all for clarity. Now I don't have my own language. So I did make, on page 16, line 10, I edited this to remove ambiguity around the entire committee, because I'm not 100% sure what that means. I don't know if it meant 20. I don't know if it meant 10. I don't know if it meant 6, which is a quorum for JLCAR. And so I spoke with Scott Eaton, who was a director 2 terms ago, and he said the actual intent here was to make sure that when something like this went through, it had at least 6 committee votes. So rather than use that ambiguous entire committee vote, I just said, well, if that was the goal, why don't we just write that in the statute? So that's the change I made. If the policy decision years ago was to have 6 votes, I said, well, let's just make sure there's 6 votes. So that's the change that I made on page 16, lines 10 through 15. Going through again, line 17, clarity, definition of form. So I removed language. Again, a big line 28, you'll see what looks like a major overhaul of Roman numeral 4. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change a single requirement. It's just a redraft. Page 18, bouncing around, line 26, there's a bunch of deletions at the end. It's all redundant language. It's covered up above. Page 31, line 31 on page 18. That's actually a correction from the last time the law was changed. The law was changed to implement, it changed twice in a very short period of time, but there was 180 and 60-day deadlines. It still says 120, and that's not consistent with anything else in the law. So that's just to fix a mistake from a couple of years ago.
So that was a mischange
As
in the
it-
past.
Correct. Trying to speed it up again, just page 19. More of the same. I rewrote 25, 26 just for clarity. When the actual expiration date of a rule was, this has been the practice for years. This is how it's been interpreting. Now it just says it. On page 20, line 8, well, really that addition in paragraph, on line 11 through 13. What this actually does is brings emergency rules in line with other rules and system requirements. So for some reason, emergency rules were left out of these, and they shouldn't be. They should work the same way in this function. So it just brings them into the fold. Same thing down below, line 26 and 27. Again, just change for consistency with 541A19.1. It's really just a clarity change, not changing any requirements. Again, top of page 21, all the same.
Then on 21 is where we have that amendment for section 24 of the bill. Or I guess that one doesn't show up until page 22 when we get to, or 23 when we get to section paragraph 10. But-
Yeah, and I'll address that too. I'm just making sure I'm not.
It's a lot to do in one bill, but I'm very glad it's not coming through piecemeal.
Trying.
Yes.
Again, on page 22, I want to point out line 25. That's that same objection language that we had talked about earlier. I think it shows up 3 times or 4 times in the bill. I just want to point out I made it consistent throughout because it is consistent throughout right now. I made that same change. I'm looking for. I want to address the amendment, which I guess is Roman numeral X. So page 20. 24? Oh, maybe I'm not there
Oh,
yet.
yes, 24.
Again, a major overhaul on page 23. It's all for clarity. The process is the same. The requirements are the same. Same on 24. So Roman numeral X is the change. So I rewrote that paragraph, as you'll see, and then after that, I came across, since I proposed the language originally, 2 separate things happened. One, interim rules right now, if they're going to go to GELCAR, they have to go literally the month before they go into effect in order to line up with the effective date. And so I saw a situation where an agency did their interim rule too early and they had to get a waiver to make it effective at the effective date of the statute. And then I saw an agency come forward at the right GELCAR, but there was an issue, it got postponed, and we ended up with 3 or 4 weeks without rules where we didn't really need to have that. So all this does is kind of loosen that up a bit, and you can make now you can have your interim rule become effective on the effective date of the statute. And that just gives the agencies a little bit of flexibility, actually incentivizes them to get out in front of their rulemaking earlier because they don't have to line it up perfectly one for one. And so that's what's going on. And that's page 24. And that, so 24 onto 25 is the amendment. And the amendment was done with my language as proposed in this bill. And then I added those extra sentences, or that extra sentence or two. And I have copies where it's highlighted. So the difference between the amendment and the what's in front of you right now, if anybody wants a copy, because I printed out like 20 of them. Okay, so that would actually go right on page 25. I have a star. It would be line 11 is where that change occurs. Again, nothing else on 25 should stand out. 26 is all clarity language and consistency so that the APA is consistent throughout. The big overhaul being on lines 31 through 33. Again, that's that same objection language that I made the same throughout. 27, same thing, clarity. I did delete some language in lines 30 and 31, dealing with the amendment. That's not something we do anymore. It's readopted with amendment. That's consistent with that change I made on page 1 or 2. I don't recall exactly where it was. But again, process, it's been that way for years. So it bringing the statute in line with how agencies are promulgating rules. Page 28, there's a big change. This is new. So currently, this came at the request of Senator Lang, and we worked pretty hard to compromise on this. So currently, if there is a fiscal impact in a form, the agency has no expedited ability to change that form. Because we needed to go through the fiscal impact statement. A lot of times, though, that the agency doesn't have discretion. The change came as a result of a statute. So what we're trying to do here is build a process sort of in between the full rulemaking process, which could take 3 to 6 months, and a more expedited process. If you work this out, you can get it done in about a month instead of 3 months now. And essentially what it says is that an agency can use the expedited revision to form process in cases where there's a financial change if these certain conditions are met. The change reflects a form specific change to the fee or fine established in the statute. The only change to the form is for the fee or fine, and they have to go out and get a fiscal impact statement. So it's streamlining the process, and we're cutting it down, like I said, from 3 to 6 months to 1 to 2 months. And that's brand new process. That did not exist before.
And for those of you who don't follow GELCAR, that's incredibly helpful because we're now looking at updating some of the rules for what was changed back in July.
And I think that in conjunction with the amendment in front of you gives the agencies a lot of opportunity to reflect fee changes, both in statute and in form. There's a lot they can do now, and we're making it a little bit easier for them, a little bit faster for the state, and we get the LBA eyes on it, and we get GELCAR eyes on it. We're almost done. 29, same thing, just for clarity. I deleted lines 31 and 32. That's, again, that amendment language. That isn't a thing anymore. Page 30, line 12, it looks like I deleted lines essentially 13 through 16. I didn't change the requirements. They really, I thought, belonged in the list above. So they became D and F on that list that starts on page 29 and goes on to page 30. So I didn't change anything. I didn't change any requirements. I just moved them up so that it's all in one place, just for ease of use. Same again, lines 31 through 33. That's that objection language. And then, that's pretty much it. Line 31 is just that division of administrative rules just to reflect what's actually happening and nothing really changing there. And so that's 31 pages I didn't time myself.
Thank
But
you.
There it is.
I hope everybody else found that useful. I think that it's important to make sure that what changes we make are thoughtful and that we recognize what we are changing. I would like to look at having some language about having the committee report included in that, so we can work on some language for an amendment to consider with that. Hopefully, there's interest in that, and anybody. Does anybody have an input on that, Representative Grota?
I think that's fine. I actually I wanted to ask a process question. So the same bill was filed in the Senate, and I would imagine that the amendment that we have is the amendment, it went through with that amendment.
Correct.
Correct? So now that we're considering amending the amendment, the amended it, so would we then take this and try to get it to the Senate? And then do we have plans? I mean, do we table the Senate bill? I'm trying to figure out how that works so that we don't have two bills that are passed. That's because that's confusing too.
Yes, that would be confusing. I do think that by having both of them and having the process, if we have some clarifications that we want to do now and give them the normal time period to handle that in the Senate, ideally, we think that it's good to add this. They agree. They pass that. It becomes law. Or once they pass that and it's already headed to the governor, we could just retain or table the Senate version. But this way, if we end up with any unexpected consequences of it, we're not putting all of this work at risk either. Just so that we can make sure that we can get the rule changes. We can get some of this other stuff updated as well.
I think that's it. Thank you. And I think it is important to include the committee report so that we could, because people do write legislative intent in their committee reports. And that's not, if we don't have something to fall back on in this document, then we're going to put ourselves at odds, right? We don't want to do that.
Yes, and I do think that is the why we don't call them blurbs, we call them committee reports, because it is putting out that intent of the committee or the majority when it's not a full committee agreement.
So can I interject real quick too? I do think I'm looking at page 14, and the language is going to be consistent throughout. Line 7B, the overall purpose of a statute, I think, is intended to sort of capture the information in a committee report. I don't know if you're looking for something more specific, but the language I took was from the manual and the rules. Or
I think that having some reference within there would be helpful, because we know that people change and the people who are in the spots aren't always the same ones who are interpreting it in the future.
okay. So if we'll probably have to do that anyway. We could, if that goes through here, make the adjustment in the jail car rules to reflect the same.
Yes.
Is-
If we were to make that policy
Okay.
choice in order to do that and add that more directly into it,
Okay.
then we would want to include that in the jail car rules as well. Thank you. Are there other questions or concerns or anything from people in the committee? Representative Sytek?
This is just about you, Mr. Osterhood. OLS has a division of administrative rules within it?
Yes, sir. That's my job.
Wow, okay.
Thank you. So we'll figure out how to specifically get that language in and just try and make sure that we're doing it in a way that doesn't introduce more questions and challenges. But with that, we'll look to do that and to do those changes. So we're not going to take action on this one. It sounds like we probably can close the work session on 1261. Any objections to that? Seeing none, that work session is closed. Representative Sytek?
You know, this has nothing to do with anything at the moment. Representative Pearson brought something up that's kind of excited me, and that's YouTube is not the state of New Hampshire. What happens to these recordings? They're convenient, but do they go back? How far do they go back? What happens if I want to see long shot? I might want to see something from a few years ago. How would I ever see that? And I'm not going to go to YouTube. It's the states. Does it have a giant server somewhere? I'd like to know just what the status of these recordings is, how they are archived, as he mentioned. I'd like to know about it.
That's probably a legislative administration question, but I tried to download a few of them. and I would need to buy a new hard drive just for the ones that I'm interested in. So I think that the actual cost of maintaining it in the state would be pretty significant. And then the question becomes if maintaining those videos is more important than other budgetary concerns that we have in the state. So. Oh, it's far more than a thumb drive. Some of these sessions I think would exceed a normal thumb drive. Yes.
I'd still like to know.
Yes. Yes. Today's legislative session brought to you by. I don't think that's a good look.
You can get 5
Yes.
terabytes for $100.
So
But
the,
then you have to manage
the
that as
general
well.
court maintains a link to the YouTube video, and that's it. The general court website has the link to the YouTube video.
To the YouTube channel, right?
Each video has a paper trail, apparently.
Okay.
Sorry. If YouTube takes it down, it's gone. In terms of the video. Yeah.
Yes.
Google.
Monetizing us. Yes.
Just a minute, 5
But-
terabytes is
but-
$150. Come on.
I only get paid $100 a year, man.
Yes.
You're making fun, but it's real.
I know.
Yes. Yeah, actually, we should have our microphones all on as we're doing this. Now, it is part of our history, and I do think that the idea of actually putting those into some sort of actual state archive is probably worth considering, but we also need to figure out exactly what goes into that. And if then they should also be digitizing the records as opposed to keeping paper copies. And I know we're a detail committee, but
One step at a time.
one step at a time. One bite at a time is how you eat the elephant. Yes. So with this, I'm thinking that the next one we'd want to take a look at is 1312 with our work session. So I'll open the work session on 1312. So 1312 is the bill that came about looking at some of the changes that we saw as we were updating the rules in GELCAR, and we found that there were some that were not, that hadn't fully been carried through in the statute. So this is just one of those updates. With that, I just it's handy to keep around just a little longer. I'm thinking we probably will be able to just vote on this one on our last day when we meet together, but it never hurts to have something that's more of a cleanup bill just in case something else emerges during this time frame. So I don't know if anybody has any concerns on that one or if the way it's written is something that's acceptable and straightforward to them. Okay. Representative Groda?
I really don't have an issue with the bill. I think it makes sense that we capture these stragglers into something that's already statute. And so if we want to move the amendment and move OTPA on this, I'm fine with it. I was just, surprised that I hadn't really heard about manufacturing housing in a long time.
On
It's-
1312?
Yeah, it's on the amendment. It talks about, it's not a change, but for the purposes of this paragraph, manufactured housing dispute resolutions.
On 1312?
Yeah, there's an amendment,
I don't,
0390.
okay. I must have put it in the wrong folder when I was.
Oh, I see why
organizing
everyone's
myself.
confused and looking at me like okay, do you want to see it? Here it is.
Yes, please.
So nothing, it doesn't change the manufacturing housing disputes, but I know several years ago we went around and around and around on this, and I'm just happy that it's staying the same. I don't want to change it, so it's okay. It's just, it was the amendment just refers to a certain portion of it, but not that.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I do see that this was one that it was left out of the board subcommittees, and this is the one that I had brought at the time that we introduced it. And just in case there's anything else that pops up its head, I'd just rather, we'll deal with this one on March 4th, but it should be hopefully a 2-minute executive session when we get there, as long as nothing else arises. Okay. So with that, if there's no other concerns on 1312, I'll close that work session. Next, should we take a look at yours, Representative Salachi?
If you're willing.
So I will open up the work session on 1340, which is an act limiting occupational regulations to those demonstrably necessary to achieve public health, safety, or welfare objectives. So Okay. So if you want to turn on your microphone with that. So with that and taking a look at it, I guess the question is if there is discussion of any concerns that people have that they would want to see change that would gain their support, if there's just people who are just generally opposed to this change, so we can figure out if there's a place to meet in the middle, or if this is one of those where we may just come out one group and another group out of the committee. So, yes, please, Representative Greta.
Okay. So, I'm not really sure that this is something that's necessary because I think it was meant to be a sort of an umbrella organization, but we have, and I discussed this with the chair afterwards, we do have a joint committee that's supposed to review OPLC issues, which hasn't been activated, it hasn't worked in a while, and I think we should definitely take a look at it again and reissue that and use that. And although and this also gives our agencies yet another thing to do with the few people that they do have, and I don't think it's necessarily something that's going to be fruitful. I just don't see how this, at the end of the day, is going to reduce hurdles or try to limit licensing, or I just don't see how this written is going to take us in any direction that's going to be helpful. So we spent a lot of time looking at individual boards and individual legislation to try to see where we could reduce the hurdles to licensing. And I think that we should still do it individually and have agencies come up with that themselves. Or, that's why we have boards, right? That's why we have the agency. And just to have a sweeping bill that addresses everything all at once, I think makes things murky and does not give clarity. It doesn't clarify the direction that you want people to go in, other than reduce hurdles. And I think we've heard that message. We've heard many bills from limiting licensing altogether, completely, to reducing licensing in some fashion. And if it makes sense, we've agreed with that. So that's my thought on the bill. I understand the intent and I appreciate it. At the same time, I think this committee has existed for a long time for this purpose. That's my overarching discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Slachi?
Yeah, and I thank you for the feedback. I think I'd be very happy to strike the agency review from the bill. I don't anticipate that it is another task that they'd have to do, and I'm not convinced that there's a lot of value in it. So if we were to move forward with this bill, I think that would be the first thing that I would take out. I do like the idea of a right of action for an individual to bring forward a sort of court action if they determine that their licensure is arbitrary and capricious. I like the idea of, the sort of average citizen being able to hold the government accountable in cases where the government's gone too far. And I don't know if you have any additional thoughts on that and ways that we could I don't want to run on the courts, but I think there may be a balance there to strike. And I'm certainly interested on anyone's thoughts on that sort of avenue. Thank you.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the problems with that, of course, is now that we're going to outsource regulatory review to the lawsuit process. I don't think that's the way to do that. I think that causes the legislature to surrender a lot of its control and say in this process to a court. And that is not where we already have courts that are way outside their lane. Adding this to the courts, I think, is just almost giving them permission to be outside their lane. So that's an issue there. The other one, of course, is, and we talked about it during the public hearing, was the definition of agency, which does already exist in statute. This definition is the scope is too large by including counties and cities and towns and not focusing on the state itself. That takes this well beyond what we're doing at the state level. So that definition as a whole just doesn't even really need to be in there. And I think it just, that expansion is just too much. So those are my two issues with the way that this is written.
Representative Sitek?
I think I've seen other bills before us where the cure is worse than the disease.
All right, is there further discussion on this one? I think this is one where it might be worth seeing if there's any amendment that somebody wants to work on and see if we're going to do something with that. I'm hoping that we'll have time to work through a good number of the bills that I think we're closer to. But Representative Bailey, I apologize not noticing that
Well,
you're looking to speak.
I do appreciate the notion in the title that licensing should be limited to public health, safety, and welfare objectives. I've sat through a number of things where they actually speak, it may not be the sole reason, but one of the primary reasons is so we can get reimbursed. And I don't think that's a public health rationalization, a public health, safety, or welfare rationalization. And if Representative Pearson rightly says, oh, we'll hand it off to the courts to decide, and that's not attractive. But on the other hand, are we doing our job when we're listening to this stuff about how that's how we get reimbursed as a justification? We're failing too then. We need to be better. I don't know how to make us be better, but we need to be better. Maybe, is this the way? I don't know.
Oh, thank you. That's a very strong point. Representative Sitek?
Someone
Yes.
ahead of me?
No, you were the next one I saw.
We can pass this, and then the next session will pass a law that says music therapists are a danger to public health and safety, and that will override it, and the legislature will have its say. And where are we going? I mean, the legislature will always have the final word, whether we like what they've said or not.
Did you have something else, Representative Groda?
So I wanted to address Mr. Representative Bailey's comments, and I know that this makes me sound like an old grandmother, but we have, over the course of the 8 years that I've been on this committee, significantly changed the way licensing has and the office has behaved or is managed. And I think that unless you look at that evolution, it's going to feel like either we haven't done anything, or we need to do more, or we need to change it again or change it more. And I think that I really am, I don't, I think that we should be very careful of how we ask agencies to change their philosophy or their how they manage their work or the direction that they're going, because it has to be, I believe, a cohesive part of a whole. It can't be just, we reorganize the agency, right? And we might remember those long subcommittees, and that allowed us to take a look at how things were being done. It gave us a view into the organization. We're looking at fees, we're looking at costs, we're looking at a lot of things at this point, and we're also looking at different boards. That's why we're gonna. I think we got rid of the mold inspectors or whatever those people were, right? So when we come up to that kind of stuff, that's how I think we're at the stage now where we can look at individual licenses, even though there are many of them. Start with ones that are small, and think about how to address those. I mean, I know we're going to have a discussion about court reporters, the poor court reporters. I mean, how many? There's what, 30 of them left? We're going to, it's like, what do we do with that? Those are decisions that not only affect people's lives, right? They also affect how we have used a profession in our state and what we need to do to change that and how that, what is that evolution look like? So I think those are very big responsibilities. And I would rather that we look at things on a one-to-one basis, because every profession has a different set of rules. I mean, to be a doctor is certainly different than being a hairstylist, right? So I don't want to, I don't like oversweeping legislation that looks at everything when it isn't necessarily something that is a commonality throughout. It's hard for me. Does that make what I'm saying make sense?
The idea that you'd rather look at them individually.
Yes,
as opposed
yes,
to the,
yes.
The categories.
Right.
Representative Slachi?
Yeah, and I think I would hope, anyway, and I'm not sure, and I really appreciate the feedback, that review still takes place. I'm still hanging my hat on the idea that I don't think it is outside the scope of the courts, to address an earlier comment, to review law to see that it meets a standard, and that we're not, promulgating rules or creating legislation, passing laws that infringe on the everyday person's ability to conduct themselves in society. And so, addressing these problems in the legislature is a very slow process, and there is a certain degree where judicial review is warranted in some of these instances, in my opinion, anyway. So I would much rather be able to strike a fair balance for the average citizen in regards to licensure. And I agree with Representative Sytek's point. The next law that passes has the same weight as this law and can overwrite or undermine it. So it is a complicated subject, and it's very refreshing to have these conversations, in my opinion, because I think the majority of the folks in this room probably agree with the spirit, but I can see the issues with the implementation. So I'll try to take that back. I'll try to come up with an amendment, and I do really appreciate all the feedback. Thank you all.
Thank you. Representative Sytek, did you have something? No, you're good? Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to say something on this one? So with that, I'll close the work session on 1340. Thank you. It'll be good to take a look and see what you have there. And I will open up the work session on House Bill 1211. House Bill 1211 is the one that looks at the basically, this is the one that makes sure that in the future, New Hampshire doesn't move to an interpretation of statutes that's more along the sides of the Chevron deference. Because while this seems to be the way that things are being done now, is to look at things de novo, it's always good to I believe it's always good to clarify the statutes when everybody is doing the same thing, and to make sure that we lock down a good straightforward approach that makes sure that individual rights are respected, as opposed to trying to fight if the tide ends up going out in the future. With this, we had the language and then had suggested language from Representative Kofalt, the prime sponsor of this bill, where he was clarifying up some of the language around the standards for review. And I know that one of the areas where we had more concern was in the presumption of liberty in administrative law, where he wanted to have this also added to the canons of interpretation, because that is what does drive more of what happens in judiciary. And one of my recollections is there was the question of where there's the issue of one person's individual liberty versus somebody else's individual liberty. But when I was looking at this, to me, it looks like it's more of an issue of not when it's a conflict between individuals, but when it's a conflict between an agency and an individual, as opposed to the conflict of two. The tie would go to the individual. So anybody who wants to speak on this one, Representative Groda.
Yeah. Oh, maybe Representative Long.
Oh, Representative Long. Perfect. Thank you.
So with section 2, I think there's multiple issues with that. It's not just, I think when it's a conflict directly between an agency and an individual, that's fairly simple, and that may be what section 2 was actually meant to cover. But you have situations, I mean, potentially one person's liberty versus another, but you also have situations like state government versus municipal government or federal government where it's not clear which body is actually best representing individual liberty. And I think that makes it more confusing about what's supposed to happen in those situations. So my preference would be to just take section 2 out and leave section 1. And there are enough existing canons of interpretation that I think where appropriate, courts would defer to individual liberty.
Thank you. Representative Sytek?
To borrow, if I may steal Representative Grota's words, I'm not sure this is necessary at all.
Sorry, Representative Groda?
Right. I love it when you quote me. Thank you. No, when you quote me, you quoted me correctly as well. So, but however, in 1211, the Department of Justice did testify, if I'm remembering correctly. Sam Garland from the DOJ was there, and he did think that number 1 was okay because it does update our case study from the Chevron deference to Loper Bright. And I actually looked up Loper Bright and read through that whole thing, and as much as I could. And so that if it brings us up to date with our positions and our court directions, I think that's a good thing. I do think number 1 is important. I am concerned about number 2, and especially since this is something that the federal courts, which you may not be a fan of, or you might be a fan of. I mean, this is not something that they themselves have come to terms as well, because this is a very murky thing, right? When does someone's liberty stop? Well, it's when it interferes with somebody else's liberty, right? And so, and that kind of fuzzy line is very difficult to put in. And who the components of who are these two bodies, as Representative Long mentioned as well, makes it, I think it's very broad the way this is written. So I also would support House Bill 1211 if it just had section 1. I think that's the way. That's the way that I listened to the hearing, and this is what my summary that's how I came to this conclusion, by listening to that and distilling all that. So that's where I think. So I do think that the bill is helpful, and I would support it if section 1, and I would encourage everyone to support it if section 1 was the only part of it.
Thank you. And for clarity with that, is that the exact language is introduced, or the change where instead of saying it says the state agency's interpretation of the statute, regulation, or sub-regulatory agency document, so that it clarifies what it means on line, the third word in line 6 of the original bill.
Okay, so I was trying to find line 6. Can you please?
So the suggested change from Representative Kofalt, we'll just start on line 6. Interpretation of the statute, regulation, or sub-regulatory agency document, and it must instead interpret its meaning and effect de novo.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine.
And I'm sorry, Representative Bailey?
I can see why everybody likes one, that we're not going to go with Chevron deference. We're going to examine it fresh. And section 2 seems to be setting the standard by which we are going to examine it fresh. We're going to go with personal liberty and less with agency power. So what's wrong with that?
To me, yes. To me, I think that that's a good thing. But I also think that if we're in a position where if we have part of the committee that believes that a revised section 1 in the standards for review is the way to go, if we have two different amended versions that at least are moving it slightly forward or more forward, I think that that's probably a decent way to shape what it seems to be shaping up. But Representative
Follow up?
Bailey?
It's how are we examining it de novo if we're just going back to what's already been done?
Oh, by de novo, that means that they can't
Yeah,
just rely on the agency's
Right.
interpretation.
So there's an existing interpretation which somebody objects to. We're going to examine it de novo by just looking at what's been done.
We'll let Representative Long and then Pearson, just if that's all right, to have him go before you, given his background.
Go for it. Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
I mean, generally in interpreting a statute or regulation, the court would look at what is the intent of the law. And the reason that this sort of conflict even comes up is because agencies that enforce a particular statute have some experience with it. There's an idea that maybe they should be given deference in their interpretation, but also they may have a bias toward their own power in interpreting it. So there are existing rules for how courts interpret it. They're not just making something up out of whole cloth. They are trying to figure out what is the legislature's intent in adopting this, or what was the agency's intent in adopting the regulation. So that is what they would go with if they're not just going with the agency's interpretation of the statute.
Thank you. Bailey, Representative Bailey, did you want?
No, I have nothing.
Okay. Then Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The thing, I also agree that section 1 is fine. Section 2 is problematic. One of the reasons that was cited was that the tie going to the individual is already a practice that is in place. That was made clear by the AG's office when they were here. The other issue or the other thing that happens is when you have competing decisions by judges on individual liberties within a topic. And that's where you start to get, when you start to have lawyers referencing past practice and case precedent and that sort of thing. So it's a cute buzzword to throw the word liberty in a lot of things, but the problem is that definition, even 250 years ago, was different depending on which founding father you talk to. So I think section 1 solves a problem in the sense that it lines us up with something that is now, I guess, becoming commonplace, but at least it puts it into a statutory realm for us, and that we can let that grow and apply within the court system, and then see if that fails to do what we think it does, then we can come back and take another look at it. But I just don't see that section 2 is necessary at all in here.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to weigh in on in favor of Section 1 and not adding Section 2, because I think one of the problems is if you get a situation where you get two individuals and you say, well, which one is going to prevail here? Which one are we going to decide in favor of? The problem is you don't always have one against another. Sometimes you get 3 or 4 different people. And by deciding in favor of one, you leave 3 or 4 other people out. So the idea of looking at it de novo means you're going to consider the that particular case. What would be fair or just, or if the statute is helpful in that particular situation, that you get that you get that. But to the degree that you go one against the other, you don't always have that, and you're going to have very often multiple parties, and that's why you have to look at it de novo. And I think that Section 2 is too far. So I agree with what's turning out to be the most favored path forward in this particular situation. But I think looking at it de novo has the benefit of the court not deferring to some agency or something like that automatically, but rather to look at the particular individual case. And maybe that frequently that is frequently the case, that you have you get stuck in a bind, and you're kind of like, let me give you an example. There's a famous saying about the bed of Procrustes. Procrustes was a legendary bandit back in ancient Attica. Okay, and anybody that fell into his hands, he measured them against his bed. If they were longer than the bed, he chopped some of them off. If it was shorter than the bed, he stretched them. And that's the idea of a rigidity that is unwise to be the basis. But instead, you should look at each individual situation. That's the de novo idea, and not be bound by a rigid principle. So I think, and that's what Section 1 permits. Section 2 goes too far. So thank you. Remember, bed of Procrustes.
Representative Sitek?
Don't we call these rigid principles laws?
No.
Representative Sellers?
Thank you. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding this a little bit, because I'm reading on line 5, where it says administrative action may not defer, but then on 6 it says de novo. So I'm saying, why wouldn't it say administrative action shall not defer, since we're going to start from the beginning anyway?
Is there any objection to changing that to shall not? Okay. Would I turn on your microphone?
Yep, because that leads to a problem. The prohibition of saying that they could never look at how a state agency does, interprets, or operates something is going to handcuff a judge tremendously. That is way too big of a handcuff for an interpretation to occur if that is completely and totally shut off.
Microphone. So I would argue, Representative Schmidt said, what happens if the agency is right? There's a difference, not a deference, between a deference. I'll grab you just 1 second. Between a deference or reviewing it and coming to the same conclusion. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd have to second Representative Pearson's statement. Plus, I think that the de novo interpretation is guaranteed because of the must on line 6, which guarantees that they would have to follow through with the de novo interpretation. It doesn't necessarily prevent them from looking at former decisions made by an agency, but if we put the shall in there on line 5, I think that would pose some problems.
Representative
So my
Sellers?
concern is this: I don't understand the judgment at that point, because the judge is supposed to be coming out with a unique decision, unless I'm totally wrong. So I'm just trying to figure this out.
Representative Slotchie?
I think the conversation that's happening here, if I were to summarize, is that we want the judge's review to be of the facts, and it might match the agency's decision, but if he or she reaches the same conclusion, it should be because of a careful review of the facts of the case, rather than basing that opinion upon the judgment of the agency solely. Does that make sense? And
Yeah, that does to me. It's exactly the point.
there further discussion on this one? I have a feeling that there'll probably be two different competing amendments, and that's probably the way that will come out. But I think that if it's a difference between some protection and more protection, that's actually not a terrible place to be to send it to the floor.
I just have one more question.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Representative Slache and then Representative Smith.
And I is for the section 2, I believe it has the word individual liberty in it or something to that effect. And I might be mistaken. And I have a question, I guess, for anyone who's aware. There's something called the rule of lenity in criminal cases. Is there something similar in these sort of administrative cases where the judges defer to the idea that, if everything else is equal, we come down on the side of the, person who's aggrieved?
Yeah, the Attorney General's office actually said that that's exactly what they do when in the testimony.
I didn't know if there was like a particular name for that concept, but yeah.
My turn.
So Representative
Oh,
Schmidt. yeah.
okay, so in regard to Representative Seller's remark, so the judge is not obligated to come up with something that's unique, not obligated to come up with something unique. It may be that a unique solution is appropriate under the facts. That's what we're talking about. But it also may be that the facts dictate that he should go either left or right. And the idea is you look at it new, you look at the facts and you say, okay, what is the right and just thing to do in this particular instance? And that's what the judge is supposed to do. Is supposed to be prudent and judicious. And it might be unique, but it might not. Depends on the facts. That's what I think most of us are arguing for, the idea of looking at it new, because that means to look at the facts of that case. That's the bottom line.
Thank you. I think we definitely sort of have these two ideas moving forward. I think it's actually not a bad place to be. And with that, I will close the work session on, Representative Sitek?
Who's going to do the amendments?
Actually, who wants to put in the amendment just for I could put in the amendment for section 1. That one that I think everybody can have is sort of the minimum one that has that language from Representative Kofaltz with the changing it to the statute, regulation, or sub-regulatory agency document, unless somebody else would rather put that one in. And then I'll have somebody put the larger one in. Does anybody want to do that one that we can all agree on?
I hate to ask, but I'm going to ask Representative Long if he's okay with that. Are you okay with that? Okay, then we're okay with it.
Okay. So I can put that one in for just the one that everybody seems to agree on, and then we'll make sure that the other one is submitted from those who want to put the individual liberty into statute with us. So with that, I will close the work session on House Bill 1211. We have a little bit of time for lunch. I think there's a few that we can probably move into directly. I would like to open the executive session on House Bill 1544, prohibiting the use of scented products in public areas of state buildings. And I'm curious if there's somebody here who would like to move on to pass on this.
What bill was that, please?
That is
I'm-
1544.
I believe that Representative Dargy wanted to do that. Do you want to move that one? The one about the only using unscented products? Yes.
Okay. So ought to pass is moved by Representative Dargy, and I'll second that. And once you get flipped to the correct page, if you want to turn on your microphone before you speak.
Yes, to me, this is a situation that's valuable to a lot of people. I personally have trouble with scented products in things like in a shopping mall. If I go past a store that sells candles, I have a reaction to that. It's not harmful to not have scented products in buildings. You know, there's no need for them. I mean, it's personal preference to have it, but it's harmful to some people. And so I think it's a good idea to not have scented products in buildings.
Oh, Thank you. I think the fact that the director of the administrative services said that non-scented products are available with the same availability as scented products means that this is a good, sensible bill, as far as I'm concerned. Is there any further discussion on this? I seconded it. And with that, if there's no further discussion, if the clerk would like to call the roll on ought to pass.
Ought to pass on
Oh, microphone.
HB 1544, Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Clerk votes no. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow. Not here.
Not here.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
It looks like 15 to 1.
And the motion passes 15 to SciTech. And is there any, sorry, is it 15 or 14?
I think we have 16 here. No, sorry, 14.
14,
14 to 1.
14 to 1.
14 to 1, sorry.
And do you object to putting this on the consent
Not at
calendar?
all.
Okay. So this will go on the consent calendar. If we can get the report today, then we can look to get that in for the next calendar. That Representative Gerda?
That's right. 14 to 1.
14 to 1, yes. 14, yes. Thank you. And with that, we will close the executive session on House Bill 1544. Next, I will open the executive session on House Bill 1269 relative to the qualifications to practice acupuncture. And Representative Groda, I believe, has an amendment for us.
I do.
And could you turn your microphone on?
Yes, thank you. There you go. So let me just quickly find my bill. So in the committee, committee hearing, House Bill 1269 addressed acupuncturists, and there was a discussion about the use of the new term for the umbrella acupuncture organizations, and we wanted to do a couple of things with the amendment at the request of the acupuncturists. Was that the first had to do with acupuncture licensing if for someone who has earned a current valid license to practice acupuncture from another state. So basically, this reduced the hurdle, as I may say, right? Where you've in the past you needed a baccalaureate, registered nurse, or physical associate degree from an accredited institution in case you wanted to have this reciprocity, but now you just need to be a licensed practicing acupuncture from another state whose requirements are substantially equal to that of the boards. So that was the first one. And the second one has to do with using the new term for, I'm not going to try to remember what NCCAOM stands for, but now it's NCBAHM, which is the National Certified Board of Acupuncture and Herbal Medicine. So that is what is going to be used as the umbrella organization. So it just updates that to that name. So I'm moving this amendment, which is 07. Oh, and Representative Schmidt seconds. Okay,
And the amendment was 07958.
correct.
And thank you for explaining that amendment for us. Would you like to speak to your second?
I would, thank you. This amendment is a compromise between the board and one of the licensees here in New Hampshire, who was one of the first two people that brought this whole concept of ear acupuncture to eDNA about 10 years ago, along with a late representative, lady, whose name is escaping me at the moment, but it'll come back to me. Laura Cooley, who unfortunately has passed. But anyway, we've been tinkering with this concept for a number of years, and this amendment does advance the whole process in terms of equity, because one of the things that was of concern was the baccalaureate requirement is not really necessary or germane at all. Is the person qualified to do this procedure by training, by experience, and by licensure? Yes, then they get the license. If they're not, the baccalaureate is not germane at all as a criterion. So I'm strongly in favor of going forward with something that will move the process forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there Representative Bailey?
I must not be understanding something. I see where we're eliminating the associate's degree, baccalaureate and associate's degree, and it would seem to be the only path to this is to already have a license from another state.
Okay, can I answer that?
Yes, Representative Groda.
Well, no. What it did was,
I'm just misreading it then.
well, yes, I know, but if you look at the whole bill, and that was my mistake, if I am sorry that I did that. Basically, what it does is it changed the path for reciprocity from having a baccalaureate.
I thought that was something scarier than a sneeze. I'm glad you're all right.
No. So, it changed it from the reciprocity from having these requirements. Just being a practicing acupuncturist in another state is enough to grant a license for someone who wants a license from another state. Okay? So I apologize if I
this
didn't.
Is one of the paths. So
Correct.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this? And if there's no further discussion, when the clerk is ready, he can call the roll on the amendment.
On the amendment 0795H on HB 1269, the motion is to adopt the amendment. Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
15-0. 15-0. I don't know. 0.
Moved. I seconded.
Okay, now I'd like to move OTPA on House Bill 1269 with amendment 0795.
And I will second on this as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill does a few things when it comes to the acupuncture license. First of all, it revives educational requirements. It added an acupuncture detoxification specialist to the acupuncture board, and revised the supervisory requirements for certified acupuncture detoxification specialists. And this was a request of the board, and this was something that was presented to us from Amy Odell Wilson from the NAHAMA organization, which is what the new umbrella organization is. So I hope that the committee will support OTPA.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to
What
your
she said.
Thank you. Is Representative Sytek?
I really don't know how to vote on this because I don't think acupuncturists should be licensed at all. I do not see a significant danger to public health and safety. So I can vote no as a useless protest, or I can go
Okay.
along with this.
Can I
But
go-
I want to say that this is just does not rise to the level of needing state intervention, regulation. And
So, as someone who has acupuncture regularly, it involves people sticking needles into your skin. And so that is a problem if they're not using that correctly, because you could get a heck of an infection. And if they put it in the wrong place, you could have a heck of a bruise or worse. So I don't agree that this is just, something that doesn't need to be licensed. I think you have to be trained on that, at least the hygienic portion of it, right? And if you had, and I would highly recommend that you go to any of the acupuncture clinics that the acupuncturists have in the State House, because they will demonstrate to you how that practice is done and what it can help you with. That may be up to somebody's belief or not, but I found that it does have to be something that's licensed because of the I don't think you want people sticking needles in your arms or legs unless you know that they're clean and sterile, right?
And to Representative Sitek's concern, I would say that this is allowing more people to practice acupuncture. So if you don't believe it should be licensed, this is one to support because it allows more people in the profession.
to protract the useless argument, to get sanitation to make sure the needles are clean and that the skin is clean, it seems to be is a valid concern. But every shot I've had for various vaccinations did not need, I don't believe, anything more than a certification or a training. A formal licensing procedure seems to be rolling a mighty big drum for this. So I will petulantly say yes. Just
Thank
watch him do it.
Thank you. If there's no further debate, the clerk can call the roll on not to pass on this bill.
Ought to pass as amended on HB 1269. Representative Slotchi.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
On average, we were. Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
15 to an angry 0.
And if there's no objection, this will go on the consent calendar. We will also try and get that into the calendar. Seeing that it's almost noon, I will let the Democrats head off to lunch if you would like, and I'd like to grab the Republicans for a few minutes so that we can run over the potential exec bills for this afternoon, so we can just make sure that we're all good to go. And with that, I will see everybody at 1 o'clock for our next work session. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It being 1 o'clock, we are back at the House Executive Departments and Administration Committee, and it is time to do the work sessions on our retirement bills that we have in front of us. First, I'll open the work session on House Bill 1014, exempting certain retirees from the 28-day waiting period for part-time employment. So this is the bill that was brought to us mostly around a constituent who was working a long-time part-time job along with his normal job. And we've been trying to figure out if there is some way to handle that situation. But I run into the challenges, outside of even the federal law issue, that how do we do this and how do we make it so that a janitor who's working another night job for some amount of years is able to continue that job when they retire? And I don't think I'm flexible enough to twist myself into what's necessary in order to take care of that in the statutes. And I'd like to recognize Representative Pearson to also speak about the challenges with this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right, exactly. The IRS has, it's technically called the sham retirement. That's why the federal government has that in there. I spoke with the prime on this and found him a way to make that work with his school janitor by combining a 2-week school vacation period with some volunteer work. So we found a way for this guy to get out of his problem. We worked that out. So, and that's great. And I hope that works out for him. And I applaud certainly the guy's work ethic and efforts and the passion he has for a job that most of us would never want to do. But all that aside, this has been filed 4 terms in a row by various people. I don't understand why they're not getting it. We just simply cannot violate the federal IRS rules on it. So intentions aside, it's just not, it's not possible to do it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wants to discuss this bill?
Well, if they've resolved. If
Representative
they've
Schmidt?
found a way to resolve the issue, there's no need for us to break our brains doing something that can't be done, so.
I would agree. I do like mental gymnastics, but I'm glad that we're done with this one. It sounds like there's a solution, so that's fantastic. Should we move out of the work session into executive session on this? Saying there's no concerns with that, I will close the work session on House Bill 1014 and open the executive session on House Bill 1014. Representative Pearson, would you like to make a motion on this?
Sure. I will make the motion to ITL House Bill 1014.
Is there a second? Sorry, Representative Dargy seconds. Thank you. Representative Pearson, would you like to speak to that?
Well, again, I think we just covered it. Why this it just can't work, and I would encourage those next term to reach out to someone on this committee if you're thinking of filing this for the 14th year in a row. Thanks.
Thank you. And would you like to speak to your second, or has it all been said? Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, he can call the roll.
On ITL for HB 1014, Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative,
He was here when you called the question. Sorry.
no, I'm
No,
looking.
he wasn't. He was. Yes, sorry.
Rep-
Thibault's not here.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair,
Yes.
14-0.
Okay. Yes, because we're down Representative Schultz. Perfect. 14-0. The motion of inexpedient to legislate passes. Is there any objection to the consent calendar? Seeing none, that will go on consent. And I will close the executive session on House Bill 1014. Next, I will open the work session on House Bill 1439 relative to exceeding part-time hourly employment limits for members of the New Hampshire retirement system. This is the one that was brought to us around the problem that a person was unaware of the hours and had to pay back an amount that was pretty significant. I have spoken with the retirement system. There's an issue around just making sure that the rules are in force and that they're available in a way that wouldn't necessarily be punitive when they don't need to be punitive, and the retirement system does have that flexibility. So I don't know if there's any further discussion or any questions about this. We are a work session, so if there's anything anybody wants to discuss. Representative Saitek?
No, HB, oh, yes, no.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, if there's no further discussion, then perhaps it's time to move into an executive session on this one. I'll close the work session. I'll open the executive session on House Bill 1439. And I will move in expedient to legislate.
I'll second.
Thank you. And I will speak to that motion. This is an area where within the rulemaking authority and the procedures, the retirement system should have enough flexibility to ensure that it's not overly punitive when there's a true honest mistake. If they do find that they need more statutory guidance, we are always open to work with them in the future. But I don't think that this bill is necessary. Would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, he can call the roll.
On ITL HB 1439, that's the motion. Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair,
Yes,
14-0.
the motion passes 14-0. Is there any objection to the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll make sure to write that report, and I will close the executive session on 1439. Next, I will open the work session on House Bill 1471 relative to changes to the state retirement system. So this is a bill that was introduced in order to try and clarify some language around what was adopted in House Bill. It was 292, correct? Or was it 282? 282 as part of the budget package last year. I did meet with the retirement system prior to the bill filing deadline about this issue and some others, and they did not see the need to clarify it in statute because they already had the ruling from the AGs, and this is the way that they were going to move forward. Given that this is how they're already interpreting what's in House Bill 282 and already moving forward with it, this is redundant and just brings us up to an opportunity where people may want to try and debate this on the floor to change the policy that we've already passed in the retirement system. I think that we need to take a breath, absorb the changes that were made last year, and given that the retirement system told me that this did not need to be filed when I was willing to file it for them, I think that we should move in expedient to legislate on this bill. Is there anybody else who wants to discuss this bill? Representative Saitek?
Not this bill in particular, but in general, we have worked very hard not to tinker with the retirement system. If there are real changes necessary, of course, but every time we make a change, it invites other single-party mischief. So, no bottom line. I'm just cautioned that we're trying to make ourselves whole.
Yes, I would agree that with what may seem like a small change, it's amazing the ripple effects that you can have. And I'd like to keep them focused on driving good returns. So is there any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, we can close the work session on House Bill 1471. And I will move us into an executive session on House Bill 1471. And I will move an expedient to legislate. Seconded by Representative Grota. I think that in the work session, I highlighted the reasons why I believe that this bill should be an expedient to legislate. Would you like to speak to your second? No. Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, he can call the roll.
The motion is ITL on HB 1471, Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
14-0.
14-0, the motion passes. Any objections to the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will put that on consent. And I will close the executive session on House Bill 1471. We did notice for executive session on pending legislation. So since we are all here together, it's time to start moving through those and seeing what we can work on. Do you want to do this one? Or later?
Yeah, let's do
Yes. Okay. I will open the executive session on House Bill 1340, limiting occupational regulations to those demonstrably necessary to achieve public health, safety, or welfare objectives. Representative Slotchie, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move in expedient to legislate, please.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Representative Grote. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, hearing the feedback from the committee, I think it's one of those ideas I'd like to take back to the drawing board and see if I can come up with something better, perhaps next year, or if I learn something new, maybe not. But thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Grote?
Yes, my second was collegial in all aspects, and I look forward to seeing what the representative has to come back with.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, when the clerk is ready, he can call the roll.
The bill number was
1340.
1340. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on HB 1340. Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
14-0.
The motion of inexpedient to legislate passes 14-0. Are there any objections to the consent calendar? Seeing none, the executive session, it'll go on consent, and the executive session on House Bill 1340 is closed. We'll start working a little bit backwards from our calendar. I will start us on the second to last day we had of hearings, the one where we dealt with the days and that sort of issue. And I will open up the executive session on House Bill 1395 relative to the annual proclamation of New Hampshire Day at the Big E. Is there somebody who'd like, Representative Grote?
Yes, Madam Chair, I will move ITL on the Big E, House Bill 1395.
Thank you, and I will second that, unless there's another second. I'll second that. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. We have just a couple of things I'd like to say. Number one is that this committee has traditionally not supported days or any kind of proclamation because annual proclamation because we really don't have a vehicle to promote these things. There isn't anything other than it gets put into a book, into the ledger, and then into an RSA, and it never sees the light of day again. So I don't really think that that's an appropriate thing, and it's up to the governor as to whether or not they want to do a proclamation. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you. And I agree with Representative Grote. It's great to hear about the Big E, but there's nothing that's needed legislatively for the governor to make a proclamation. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Representative Schmidt. My apologies.
So I agree with everyone who's spoken on this particular issue. I actually had heard of this convention, but I knew nothing about it. There are all kinds of things I've heard of, but know nothing about. The great majority of things I know about, I know nothing about. So, so the bottom line is that our procedure, I think, is exactly the right thing to do. Sticking stuff in the statute means they will be forgotten about. and to the degree that the people who are interested, and there's a substantial group of people who think that this is a great event, and it ought to be supported, and that's why the governor ought to issue a proclamation, and we should bring it to her attention that this is something that we're going to look into, and some of us will go out there. Not me, because I'm too old to drive that far, but anyway, so proclamation's a way to go.
Thank you very much, Representative Schmidt. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, when he's ready, if the clerk will call the roll.
I might point out that one of the things that Representative Schmitz knows about is the bed of Heropolis in Attica.
Procrustes, please.
Sorry.
Procrustes.
Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative Tebow. Oh, yes, darn it. Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
15-0.
The motion of inexpedient to legislate passes 15-0. Is there any objection to the consent calendar?
Is it 14-0?
Nope. Representative Schultz is now with
Oh,
us.
okay, gotcha.
Yes. Not a problem. Nothing that we had exec while we were waiting for you was contentious. So not a problem at all. And with that, that'll go on the consent calendar. And I close the executive session on House Bill 1395. Next, I will open the executive session on House Bill 1149 relative to abolishing daylight savings time. Representative Groda?
Yes, I will move ITL on House Bill 1149.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Pearson seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Groda?
Yes. Although I think this bill is well intentioned, it doesn't really do anything unless the rest of New England does it. And I think that's going to happen anyway. So not everybody is, and this is another thing that is not necessary. So let's not have it linger. We get this every year, and I think it goes away every year. So.
Thank you. Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that was not discussed or mentioned rather in the public hearing was that 2 New England states have trigger laws for this, Rhode Island and Maine, but they both hinge on what Massachusetts does. Massachusetts, of course, whether we like it or not, but the city of Boston is kind of, they call it the hub for a reason. All that aside, the keeping of time really is under the purview of the federal government. So if we want to push this, we have to do it at a different level, and that's just kind of reality. So the intentions are good. I get it. You know, I've got a clock in my living room that's an hour wrong right now, and at this point, what the heck? Why am I going to change it? So, yeah, we'll just do what we've done for the last decade on this one too, and say goodbye to it.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt? And then Representative Howard.
But I think we all feel the same way, that the argument in favor of being in a different time zone than we currently are, or a different time zone situation where we, spring forward, fall back. This messes up everybody, some more, some less. But we really ought to try to get our federal delegation to get behind this, because the trigger laws show that other states would like to do it as well. But it's a federal issue, so let's push on our federal delegation to get behind this.
Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually disagree that this is a federal level issue. I believe that, in states like Arizona, where they actually do not have daylight savings time, that is a state level decision. Plus, we're not changing the time zone. We would still be Eastern time zone. It's just that we would be standard time. So we would not be moving the clocks for daylight savings time. I think that, in terms of what Representative Pearson's statement about having a clock an hour late, I have a number of clocks that are an hour late. And I think that that's something where by passing this piece of legislation, we can help address that in the future. And it doesn't mean that we are going to have to change our clocks today. today or tomorrow. It's very much dependent on what our region decides to do. And I think that that's something where having that flexibility and having 2 other states in New England already saying that they would like to pursue this really kind of is something that really makes me support this bill and believes in its ability to actually come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sitek?
Don't know.
Okay. I'd like to say that I agree with everybody who doesn't want to change the clocks. I just hope that at some point we spring forward and never fall back. And that's the other issue around choosing one time. So I'm hopeful that the federal government will let us spring forward and never fall back. Is there any further discussion on this bill? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, you can call the roll.
Motion is ITL on HB 1149. Representative Salachi.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
No.
Chair,
Yes.
13-2.
13-2. Is there objection to putting this on the consent calendar?
No.
I'm okay with consent, Pat. How about you?
Thank you. Then we will put this on the consent calendar, and the executive session on House Bill 1149 is closed. Next, I will open up the very tasty executive session on House Bill 1395. Oh, sorry, we already did 1395. I am actually looking for the donuts. 1390. Thank you. I will open up the executive session on House Bill 1390, designating the apple cider donut the official donut of the state of New Hampshire. And is there a motion? I shall be the mean one. Sorry, Representative, I will move in expedient to legislate on House Bill 1390. Is there a second? Representative Salachi or Representative Groda will second that. Thank you. I appreciate all the hard work that class put in and made for their presentation to us. It was an excellent presentation. They did a fantastic job. And unfortunately, they get to learn one of the lessons of state government and legislation. Just because you work hard doesn't mean that you always get the bill that you want passed. And a lot of times the practice and precedent does matter a lot. This committee generally does not increase more days to add more lines to the statute that aren't necessarily recognized or viewed, and doesn't add more categories to the state. Basically the state proclamations. This has nothing to do with my personal bias towards maple glazed donuts. I do thank them for their work, but I don't believe that this is something that should be added to the statute. Representative Groda?
Yes, we have ITL bills that are as sweet as this, and unfortunately, they all are in the same vein of honoring something that we don't think is something that can be substantiated. If somebody wants to have a state donut, they can do that themselves. They don't need us to do that. So here we go.
Thank you. Representative Sitek?
I've been around for some of these others, like the state fossil most recently, and the mastodon didn't make the grade. But I've got to say that this was one of the most impressive presentations we've seen here, and I'd like that noted. That I just want to say that appreciate the work that they did. I'm not a fan of these kinds of things in general, but I'm a fan of hard work.
Thank you. Yes, as Representative DeRoy said, future leaders, excellent work. Representative Schultz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love these kind of bills because they create a whole other layer of content of civic engagement, whether it's, I'm sure everybody has a TikTok account and watch, like, did you know New Hampshire has an official donut? I love that stuff. And I think it encourages citizen participation at a time when it is really difficult to feel civically engaged. So I'm going to actually vote against ITL. Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
So I have a sweet tooth, but that doesn't mean that I think that this is a bill that we ought to adopt or recommend for adoption. But the same response we've given on the other one, Governor Ayotte is a mom too, and she probably has a sweet tooth. So the kids have shown that they're industrious and dedicated. Let them appeal to the governor. A proclamation would, this was something that the whole state could get involved in, and that's what we should have, everybody involved, but it doesn't have to be in law. Everybody celebrates Christmas, right? And it ain't in the statute.
Thank you. Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in support of ITL as long as we don't make the Boston cream donut the state's official donut. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further, Representative Sellers?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My thought is, if the kids bring it back next year, bring us samples and get us like 10,000 signatures that people are serious about this.
Thank you. What's that? That is a high bar, but driving engagement and activism is, especially on something most people can get behind, is a good idea. So with that, if the clerk is ready, if you can call the roll.
Motion is ITL on HB 1390. Representative Slutchy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Now you know how it feels. Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
14-1.
The motion passes 14-1. If there's no objections, this will go on the consent calendar. Seeing none, I will close the executive session on House Bill 1390. And I will open the executive session on the CACR 17, which is relating to the Commissioner of the Department of Insurance, providing that the Commissioner of the Department of Insurance be elected. And do I see a motion? Yeah, CACR 17.
No.
Oh, Representative Howard?
I'll motion ITL on CACR 17.
Thank you. And motion of ITL by Representative Howard, seconded by Representative Sellers. Would you like to speak to that motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Despite several states choosing to elect their insurance department commissioners, I don't necessarily believe that it is something that we need to do at this current time, especially as we have a nomination process and a confirmation process that is currently handled by the Executive Council. And I think that they do a sufficient job of vetting the Department of Insurance commissioner. That being said, I would encourage you all to support the ITL motion.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just don't want to see out-of-state money coming in here and starting to corrupt New Hampshire, and I think this could be a way into it, and I don't want to see that happen. So, no election of a insurance commissioner.
Thank you. Is there a further discussion? Representative Saitak?
If I can make this a little wider, this may not fit exactly, but you elect policy, you appoint administration. This is an office that's sort of in between, I guess, because I happen to be town treasurer in Salem, and town treasurer, tax collector, these are ministerial functions. They should be appointed, and I'm looking for a co-sponsor. Town clerk is probably the same thing, but a more sensitive issue. Again, I don't know if commissioner fits into here, but it tends to be more administrative, in my view, than it does policy. And as I said, you elect your town council, you don't elect your brain surgeon. You get references.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, you can call the roll.
On ITLs, on CACR 17, Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
No.
The chair.
Yes.
So that's going to be 14 to 1.
No objection, consent.
Oh, thank you. So with the motion passes 14 to 1, and with no objections, this will go on the consent calendar. The executive session on CACR 17 is closed. Next, I will open the CAC. Are you all right if we open up the other CACR, Representative Howard?
I mean, we can, but it's dependent on whether or not anybody else wants to have further discussions about it.
Okay. With that, I think we can probably pause that one and see if anybody wants
Okay.
to do anything else on that. Or actually, I will open it up. I'll open the executive session on CICR 26. And for discussion purposes, I will make the move of inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Representative Pearson. I make the motion for discussion purposes and also because I believe that the way that this is written, it may be able to be used in a way that was not intended by the sponsors. Would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when the veterans groups, when you have command staff, when you have a functional breakdown all tied into one piece of legislation, it runs down the drag strip to an ITL pretty fast. We've run with the concept of the governor as a commander in chief for a very, very long time. And adding a layer, the executive council is a uniquely New Hampshire or New England thing, really, that a lot of people still don't truly understand. So I don't see the necessity to modify and open up our Constitution to address a problem that does not exist.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CACR 26 is just like HB 104. It's a Defend the Guard based bill that is the intention. It is the fact that we are seeing, and we've seen this back from Vietnam and Iraq, where we've seen troops deployed overseas. I mean, a majority of the troops deployed overseas in Vietnam were National Guard troops. It's a situation where we have very little control over what those troops actually are able to do. In 2005, when we had Louisiana-based National Guard troops deployed to Iraq, they had brought with them essential materials and specifically equipment that should have been available in Louisiana during Hurricane Katrina, but it was not because it was in a foreign war zone without a formal declaration. This is something where I think that, when we're looking at how this is going to be implemented, it's a situation where this is far less extreme than HB 104, because instead of saying we need a declaration of war, it gives the Executive Council the opportunity to hold a vote on whether or not they want to proceed. I think that that's a far more controlled aspect, because we have to understand that the Executive Council is an elected body just like us. We have to be very considerate as to how we control the powers that we provide them. And I do understand, some of the concerns about limiting any sort of deployment. However, I think that that is something where if 3 counselors have a reason for choosing not to deploy the National Guard, we have to consider that there may be a justifiable reason that they are doing that. And I think that we have to think about how this will impact the electoral aspects of them holding that position. This is something where, unlike other states, though, we have an executive council, meaning that we have another part of our executive branch. It isn't just the governor. It's not just the governor or the lieutenant governor. It is the fact that we have the governor and the executive council, and that body is not necessarily being involved in these decisions currently. And I think that them being members of the executive branch should provide them access and input on these types of deployments. It's not to say that, we should stop all deployments. This is not what the language says. It says unless they just decide to hold a vote. And that I think is very important because it doesn't necessarily mandate anything. It doesn't necessarily suggest that they should do anything. It just allows them the power to do so. And for that reason, I would encourage you to support CACR 26, and we can discuss this further after we recess the bill. And I'm open to any thoughts, questions, or concerns that you may have.
Thank you, Representative Groda.
The executive council didn't come to us and say, hey, this is a great idea. I think we should do this. And whether they want to do something or not doesn't force anybody to do anything. A House resolution, a concurrent resolution, a CACR is very different than a House resolution. These are all things that, you have to take into consideration. And I'll support the ITL because I think there's too many instances that, one, we aren't going to be privy to because of the nature of the situation. And I think that, the governor of New Hampshire has few powers. This is one that they have. And I think that they're the ones that are best equipped to do it. Whether it's a Republican governor or a Democratic governor, it doesn't matter to me. I would hope that they would take these things seriously because everyone that is under their power or jurisdiction in the military is a member of our state and their constituents. This is an important thing. So if the executive council had come and said, yes, we want to be involved, we think we should be involved, that would have been helpful, but they weren't there. So with that, I'll support the ITL motion.
Thank you. And I will speak as the devil's advocate for their availability for this. They were in a specially called executive council session at the same time we were hearing this bill and another one that was brought on behalf of an executive counselor. I actually am personally very sympathetic and in favor of having additional checks and balances, but I am very concerned that the way that is written, as was raised in the hearing, this could be done as a preemptive veto against any involvement, where if there could be, we don't need to worry about every what if, but if somehow there was a very, very big divide between what was happening at the executive council and at the governor level or somewhere else, you could have an executive council just vote to block any of these activities. And I think that would be going too far. I guess my question to Representative Howard is if he wanted to work on trying to craft the language or if we would just move forward. But Representative Pearson had something to say as well. I don't know.
Representative Pearson can go first.
Well, thank you. Let's not forget procedure here, right? Well, a lot of those troops that were deployed overseas were federalized. We cannot stop that. I don't care what you write. The commander-in-chief of the military overall is the president of the United States. So if they federalize our guard troops, they're gone. It's that simple. So let's look at what this handcuffs. This handcuffs intra-state actions, which are generally done as the result of catastrophe, weather, or some other bizarre event. We need to be able to react in a very timely manner to those events. So slowing that entire process down is not going to help anybody. And again, this does not prevent the President of the United States from federalizing our troops. So don't be confused as to that if we were to somehow pass this and the Executive Council says, nope, timeout, you're not getting them. They're just going to, as they walk past the Executive Council, laugh and say, all right, boys, let's go. So I just want to make sure that we're not confused about authorities and procedure and that sort of thing with this.
And actually, but before you respond, I will say that one of the other things too is this intrastate issue is one of those areas where it could be important. Whether we had a governor who was sending off our National Guard to go do gun confiscation in one place, or to go prosecute abortion providers, or do blockades around abortion centers in another state, I can paint something either red or blue that we may not agree to an intrastate agreement on our National Guard. That's why there's still a hint of an idea that there may be some way to write this in a way that would work. I don't think personally, I don't think we have the time, but that's why I wanted to bring this to Representative Howard.
Well, again, I mean, to address Representative Pearson's point, I mean, it's the people have addressed the same concerns with HB 104. And part of it is, making sure that we are pushing the question and making sure that we are requiring the utmost standard and following of procedure of our elected officials. Part of this is to put a check and balance on the governorship. And when we're talking about, intrastate deployments, that's why it's written the way that it is, because it's not requiring a vote. It allows for that deployment. And I think that, it would be, some of these concerns that we're throwing around of, the executive council might block an intrastate deployment, that would lose them an election. And being realistic, I think that people are more concerned in a lot of ways of sometimes holding their position. And I don't think that they would necessarily do that. I mean, that's my gut instinct and my feeling as to how this would be perceived. But it's also something where I don't necessarily think, and that HB 104 or CACR 26 would necessarily make a difference in terms of which procedure and which avenue you go down. The result is ultimately the same. It's about how we deploy our troops and how we approve of it. Again, even if it was nationalized, if we disapproved of it, I think that would be a substantial statement. As well as the fact that we're looking at how we need to deploy certain equipment. When I was referencing the situation down in Louisiana, one of the big things that we saw was obviously a huge delay in the deployment of the National Guard to clean up the catastrophe in Louisiana after Katrina, and that was led to because we haven't we deployed the National Guard troops to the Middle East, and I don't think that was necessarily the right decision. I think that we should be deploying our federalized troops before we go and actually move the National Guard. And I think that by having this piece of legislation and having this constitutional amendment, it would actually help change that. I do think that we are in a position where we can come back and address this. I mean, I don't know necessarily if we would be willing to have a little bit of a hand vote to see kind of where people are on the idea, not necessarily the language, but just so that we can understand the will and the intent so that we don't need to waste time.
Thank you. And with that, so you're asking if anybody would be interested in tailoring the language if you were to come in with an amendment?
Yes.
Sure. I think anybody who would be willing to entertain tailoring of the language through an amendment, raise your hand.
Give them a shot.
Okay. Okay. Then I will recess with the pending ITL so that if there is something that does come to us, we can take a look. Otherwise, we don't need to rehab the debate because we've already had this discussion on the ITL. And so with that, I will recess the executive session on CACR 26 with a pending ITL motion.
All right. Thank you.
And next, I will open up the executive session on House Resolution 46, declaring the first Friday in June as the State Day of Remembrance. And is there a motion? With that, I will move in expedient to legislate.
I'll second.
Thank you. And speaking to this motion, I'd like to recognize that it's awful when anything bad happens to a child. But I also did see the presentation from the sponsor, and while he was well-meaning, he wasn't very well versed in all the specifics that he was requesting with the resolution. Additionally, the idea of putting up a plaque for children with or without the approval and of their parents of whether they would want to be included is problematic, and we don't have a plaque of that type for those who have died protecting this state either in the line of service. And so while I appreciate the efforts of the representative to bring attention to a matter important to him, I believe that we should vote in expedient to legislate on this resolution. Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Groda?
Yes, thank you. The plaque really concerned me, and I think to have a permanent memorial in the State House is sort of out of the purview of this committee because, after all, the State House is managed by a group of individuals, and they didn't mention they. I'm not even sure if they're aware of this bill. So, for those reasons, I think we should support ITL. That's not to say this is not something we should be thinking about every day in any case.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Motion is ITL on House Resolution HR 46. And Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes?
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
That's 15-0. 15-0.
15-0. If there's no objections, I'll put that on the consent calendar. And with that, the executive session on House Resolution 46 is closed. Next, I will open the executive session on House Bill 1727. That is relative to the interagency data sharing for the purposes of distributing summer electronic benefit transfer EBT benefits. And I will pass this out, but I'll move Amendment 188H. Some this direction, some this direction. So if there's a second, I can speak to it as it's moving around. Okay. Representative Slotchie seconded the amendment. So this bill is around making sure, allowing the addresses of students who are on free and reduced lunches to have that information shared with the Department of Health and Human Services for the purposes of the summer EBT program. My very large concern about this is that that is taking away an option for privacy from families that may be willing and may choose to get a free and reduced lunch, partly because they're appreciative of the assistance while their students are in school, and also partly because they've been told the truth about how the number of free and reduced students in the classes and in the schools impacts the funding coming to their local schools. Because of the funding mechanisms that follow that food, I believe that it's quite likely that there are some families that otherwise would not be taking these benefits because they would choose not to, who participate because they want to contribute more to the schools. I believe that regardless of people's income levels, I believe that people have the knowledge and power and skills and autonomy to make the choices about where their personal information goes. And that's why this amendment would put on any of the forms that would collect information for the free and reduced lunch, an opt-in or opt-out phrase that would read, I would like the Department of Education to share my address with the Department of Health and Human Services only for the purpose of my child/children receiving summer EBT, with a yes and a no to be marked as part of the application form, and for the Department of Education to interpret a failure to mark as denying the data sharing. And so this would allow a family to proactively either choose to streamline the process and have their information submitted for a summer EBT program, or to participate in only those programs that they choose to participate in. I believe that everybody of every income level should have their choice of where their information goes. And so that's why I've moved this one forward. So Representative Slotchie, would you like to speak to a second?
No, I think you've said it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Representative Grote?
Thank you. In principle, I agree with this. I would have liked to have seen something like, I would like the Department of Education, blah, 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 receiving summer EBT, yes or no, yes, no. And then I would have liked it to say, the Department of Education shall interpret no response as a no. So that parents understand that they need to respond, or if they don't respond, it's a no, and that's not really clear. So I think that, and something this, I just think it's something that adds clarity to the responsibility of their decision making.
And so is clarification to move some of that language from lines 11 and 12 into that's in the quotation marks?
If so, yes, that would be helpful.
I'd be willing to do that. I can withdraw my motion and we can recess this executive session. Do we have further discussion?
I just have a question. So Representative Grota, what you're looking for is to have lines 11 and 12 be on the form along with the yes or no.
Correct.
Okay, I got you. All right.
I think that's a very reasonable request. So I'll withdraw my motion. Do you withdraw your second? And with that, I will recess.
Can't we just move the quotation marks down to Sherry?
If we were senators, we could, but we can't do that in the House. We're not able to adapt our amendments on the floor like they're able to in the Senate. So I will request to have that, and we'll have this to deal with on March 4th.
So you're just plain
Just
withdrawing
for
it?
the sake of precedent in this committee, we have done that in the past.
You have.
We have. Chairman McGuire, when we've something like that, we've agreed that we've taken a vote on that condition, subject to that being the only change. That has happened.
That, can I just make you right? And what the motion would be is that I move, and I will make the motion if you'd like. I will move the amendment to House Bill 1727 with Amendment 1188, providing that the new amendment includes a line 11 and 12 and moves the quotation mark from the end of line 10 to the end of line 12.
Okay.
And do I have a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay. And then we vote, and then you bring the amendment and,
Perfect.
right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Don't we have to reopen the don't we have to?
I never really hit the hammer to close that. So I was teasing you, but I'll reopen that, and Representative Grota makes that motion that she so eloquently made, that the amendment with the quotation mark moved from the end of line 10 to the end of line 12, and otherwise the same as 0188H.
So this time it's Grota Leon.
Yes, Grota Leon.
All right, so the motion is to adopt this amendment 0188H subsequent.
Yes.
Well, it isn't, it will have to be drafted and it will have to have its own number, but we're agreed that it's only the quotation marks that move. So I'm calling it 01, I don't know the exact parliamentary procedure, but the reality is 0188H subsequent.
Yeah, we understand. That's okay.
Well, having heard that it's okay with Representative Schmidt, I think we can go forward.
Okay. Thank you. It's wonderful working on a collegial committee who can do things like that. I appreciate that. Thank you. And with that, if there's no further discussion, the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
No.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
14-1 on the subsequent amendment.
Thank you. Is there anybody who would like to make the ought to pass as amended motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I'll second that. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I think the amendment discussion speaks for the motion.
Thank you. Yes, it is an amend section 1, and the rest should follow as well. So I don't need to speak to that second. Is there any further discussion? I recognize some people may have accepted the amendment, but may not be in favor of the bill as a whole, but I appreciate our ability to work together.
I have a
So,
parliamentary inquiry. Who's going to actually do the housekeeping and get this drafted and done?
I can send that in and
Okay,
get that
right.
done.
So,
And I'll put that under both of our names.
so we've made a constructive vote on the next amendment,
Yes,
whatever it is.
yes. And
So if you want to if you want me to clarify that motion, is I move auto pass on House Bill 1727 with amendment 1088 subsequent.
thank you. And I seconded that.
I have a question. Brad, are you paying attention to this? Okay, good.
Unless there's been a change,
Yeah.
this has been done under Chairman McGuire multiple times over the years.
Tell you what, if it bounces, we'll just redo it.
Yeah, well, in 2 weeks, because we won't be meeting during the vacation week. Sorry, yes, question?
Where does the money come from? Summer EBT, is that another planet or a magic, or it comes from the feds or the state, or?
Good question. Instead of it coming from my left pocket, it comes from my right pocket.
Yes.
Yes.
Everything they do is like that, but I was just wondering,
We're running out of pockets.
we're authorizing them to give out some money. I was just wondering where it was coming from.
Yes. And as far as that goes, I know that there are many people who believe that it is a responsibility of parents to feed their child. Period. End of story. Full stop. And I respect that opinion 100%. The amendment is to make sure that we're protecting privacy, regardless of if we're moving forward. So we have one that is more protective of privacy as opposed to one where people's information is simply shared. So we haven't voted on, we
It's
haven't
not
voted
on
on
the
that
text
yet.
itself. It's just that.
What's that?
I said it's not on the text itself or where the money's coming from because that's not what we're voting.
No, the
We-
text isn't on there,
we
but
had-
that is the content and issue of this.
It's
Representative Pearson?
covered, in testimony, the question of where the money came from was brought up. It's federally funded with the administrative cost shared with the state.
Yes.
I mean, I wrote it down, so I'm presuming that that's what was said, but I guess that question did come up in the hearing.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. As instead of our role as state taxpayers, it comes from our role as federal taxpayers. With that, I think we probably, Representative Groda, do you have more or we've
No,
exhausted the debate?
I think we've exhausted the
Okay.
debate.
Thank you. With that, clerk can call the roll when he's ready.
Okay, motion is ought to pass as subsequently amended to HB 1727. Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey. A little louder, please.
Yes.
Representative,
And with a head shake at the same time.
I know how it feels. Representative Sellers.
No.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
And again, 14-1.
Are there objections to the consent calendar? Okay. So we'll put that on the consent calendar. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1727 is closed.
14-1.
14-1. So I'm just trying to juggle all of these so I can move us through in the right way without moving faster than we actually can keep up. Next, I will open the, let's see, did we have, I'll open the executive session on House Bill 1320, establishing a study committee to analyze past, present, and potential future funding sources for the arts program. And with that, Representative Slotty, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would move inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Representative DeRoy. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I will. I think the legislature spoke fairly clearly when last year when we passed a budget. The funding for the arts wasn't a priority in this budget year, and if it's a priority in the next budget year, the legislature then can make that decision. Having a study committee to look at this issue certainly isn't as important, in my opinion, as the whole of the legislature acting on a budget. So that is why I am moving ITL.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second, Representative DeRoy? Thank you. And I would like to note that if anybody wants to bring something like $1,000 a plate patron of the art license plate or something like that, that's something that can be done as legislation. It doesn't require a study committee. Is there any further discussion? If not, the clerk can call the roll.
On ITL, is the motion on HB 1320. Representative Slotchey.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Dargy.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative Schultz.
Nope.
Representative Long.
No.
The chair.
Yes.
Okay. 7. Looks like 8-7.
And that will be going on the regular calendar. Thank you. I will close the executive session on House Bill 1320. Next, I will open the executive session on House Bill 1438, requiring mental health caseworkers to report instances of animal abuse by their clients. Is there somebody who would like to make the motion, or should I? Representative
We
Broda?
can share these.
Thank you.
I'll move ITL and House Bill 1438.
And I'll second that. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. I move this knowing that this is very painful to people who, especially my colleague, who love animals and who also have connected animal abuse with children abuse and all that. And I recognize all that. However, to require mental health professionals to report instances of animal abuse by their clients, I think is coming, it crosses the line between clients and their therapists and social, mental health social professionals. The only thing they have between themselves and their clients is trust. And so to start to start chipping away at that concerns me. And that's why I'm making the motion.
Yes. Yes,
Can I speak to this?
absolutely.
As a co-sponsor, this pained me. As everyone knows, animals are like really important to me, but I was really struggling because we do mandate reporters on child abuse, and this seems sort of like the same thing. We don't say, well, geez, you can't mandate, you can't do the mandate for reporting child abuse because then people wouldn't tell they did it. So I feel like it was the same with animals. But on the other hand, I waffled with the idea that people just won't talk about their abuse of animals. And ultimately, I didn't know what to do, but ultimately my hope is that if people do have that trust and talk about it, then maybe the therapist or whoever can help direct them to a different way to express anger or something, in some way to help animals. It's been a really difficult struggle, but in the end, I think it's acceptable to acknowledge that there are difficulties on both sides, and maybe this is the better way to go. But it hurts.
Representative Saitek?
You can't pick up salt with pliers, and we're getting right into what I mean by that. What I mean by that is I can distinguish two cases with the in the counts that the mental health professional is dealing with. One is somebody who's in there, comes in and says, I've been struggling with this problem. I've done it in the past. I'm trying to get this out of my life. Can you help me? As opposed to somebody, the next patient coming in and says, I love doing this and I can't wait to start doing it. They're very different cases. We can't micromanage the therapy. Where I'm going is the sponsors indicated that they would be acceptable to have a may instead of a shall. And that would, I didn't want to draft the amendment, but that would be fine with me. So there I am.
I like it.
Yeah. And one of the other challenges too is there are other statutes that deal with other people in those areas because psychologists, psychiatrists weren't included. And so assuming that the policy choice would be around reporting this, then there's the question about making sure that that's done in a way that is functional and captures everybody who's intended to be captured. Sorry, Representative Schmidt and then Representative DeRoy.
Well, I don't want to get into whether people love their animals more than their children, but the one thing is there certainly are people who deeply love their pets. I've had dogs, so I know what it's like. But the thing is, it's hard enough to be sure in some cases whether people are abusing their children. Not everybody has a black eye or brings in a child with an arm in a sling or something, where there's very positive, that's the wrong word, very powerful evidence of abuse. But animals, they can't talk. And so you could really think for sure that somebody is doing something abusive to their animal. But you can't know because the creature cannot tell you. And so I'm really torn about this bill because the idea of people abusing their animals is about as bad as abusing their children. But the thing is, it's hard enough to know what to do in some cases. And we had a bill, some of you will recall, we had a bill, a second committee bill about the medical society requiring coursework for annually for medical people to be able to better identify child abuse, and that did not pass this committee. So now we're asking people to report on abusing their pets. I think it's too iffy for me. Difficult, but I think I have to go with. You got to be sure that you're reporting somebody who's actually doing what you think they are. So thank you.
Representative DeRoy.
Having studied this for a long time, if anybody's abusing their dogs or their cats, they're abusing their children. You can bet on it. They don't do one or the other. It is a combination. And I think it's, in my heart, it's deplorable not to have the word may in there. Because these children and these animals are helpless, both of them.
Representative Kelly.
I had not thought of this, but so are you willing to do that amendment then?
I don't know how we would draft that, but if you want to try and figure out a way to do that and to figure out some language around it, I think that we're fine to recess it. We're working through a lot of our bills. Let's give something that people are passionate about a chance to do that because we still have our March 4th meeting.
Okay.
So with that, I forget if I'm not doing a good job of rock keeping.
1438, if you're wondering.
That's 1438. Representative Grota, would you?
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Actually, yes. Actually, let's not withdraw. Let's just recess it with the ITL. That way, if we don't have an amendment that
Okay,
works,
that's fine.
let's do it this way. That way,
Okey-doke.
we've had this conversation and we don't need to reopen this if we don't have an amendment that works for us.
Okay.
So we will recess with the pending ITL.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that's probably a good way for us to keep moving forward and not lose the traction we've made while keeping a respect for the process to be able to do this. So with that, we will open up the executive session on House Bill 1060 relative to the requirements for licensure as an engineer. Is there somebody to make a motion on that?
I'll move ITL on House Bill 1060.
And I'll second that.
Just need to find it. Oh, God. Let's take a look. Okay. I'm going to go from memory, and I believe House Bill 1060 was a bill for someone to reach, thank you, professional engineering status without taking the professional engineering test. No, I'm so sorry. Let me back up. It eliminated the supervision of professional engineers as part of the process to take the chemical engineering test. And knowing that professional engineers have a tremendous, people who actually have this license or this, it's a license, it's a extremely important one. And we certainly want people who are building things or making bridges or using where that degree is needed, where that certificate is needed. I think it's very important that those people be qualified. And I think it's, it's important that we keep that regulation and that requirement for that degree and for that license. So I move ITL on that bill.
Thank you. And my second's based on the fact that in testimony, we heard that states with more flexible entry have stronger board judgment available. And also just the notation that there's really no distinction in New Hampshire if you're a structural, environmental, or civil professional engineer. And depending on what you're building and what you're doing and what the potential for catastrophic failure is, there may be areas where there's more margin and more flexibility. But I prefer not to have my footbridges fall down around me. But I am open to the idea of figuring out a process where we can get more qualified people working, but I'm not convinced that this is the right path forward. Is there any further discussion, Representative Schmidt and then Representative Pearson?
Well, I have the most well-developed respect for engineers of any particular sector because you see the things that happen sometimes in other countries where buildings fall down because they have not been properly designed. It's not that it never happens in this country, but it happens a lot less because I think we have a more developed structure with regard to training people in the engineering field. The decisive factor for me was there was a lot of opposition to this bill, as I recall. People that had lots of credentials themselves and were engineers that didn't want to go this route, and I don't think we can disregard the amount of testimony that we saw in opposition and go forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone with an engineering degree, I am not a PE. I didn't pursue the credentialing. But one of the things that I want to make clear here, having reached out to the chair of the board, is that you can, in fact, have remote experience through a PE in New Hampshire. You do have to create a work portfolio. The process does exist. If you work for a firm that does not have a PE, that process exists for you to meet the criteria. It is a path. It's maybe a little bit more difficult, but it's there. New Hampshire is very, very lax in comparison to other states. When it comes to the PE, my PE, if I was to pursue it, would be in fire protection engineering. That has no application to constructing physical structures, highways, bridges, ramps, anything of that sort. So, but in New Hampshire, with the PE stamp, in theory, I could it would be completely unethical, but I could in fact throw a stamp on things. So we're already kind of a little loose in this process as it is. So this bill does not do anything to assist in the public trust. It doesn't really do anything to help the people that are working. And if your goal is to be a PE, learn the path, learn how it has to happen in New Hampshire, and strive to meet your goal. But it's very, very attainable in New Hampshire if you're not working directly under a PE.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, you can call the roll.
The motion is inexpedient to legislate on HB 1060. Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative Sellers.
Yes.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Dargy.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
This is a 15-0.
The motion passes 15-0. If there's no objections, we'll put this on the consent calendar. Seeing none, the executive session on House Bill 1060 is closed. Yes, Representative Sytek?
I want to address the chair of the committee too. The 1438, it's in the back of my mind. It isn't just changing shall, if I may, this is not, changing shall to may isn't going to do it completely because it's going to need some thought. Maybe interim study is a better deal on this, because what about liability? If they reveal, is that well defined? Can somebody come back and go after their therapist because there may be a malicious prosecution? Who knows what could be dreamed up? But I'd like to see some guarantee built in to protect the practitioner. And I don't think the bill says that. And it's off in its own direction. I think it needs to be explicit. So it's a little, I believe the issue is more complex than just changing shall to may. Even though I think the scenarios I pictured, I can certainly see why one would be wanted to be reported and the other not. But I want to protect the practitioner too.
Yes, thank you. With that, if you could talk with Representatives DeRoy and Kelly, if they are going to work on an amendment to figure out how to address those concerns too. Anybody else who has any concerns about how an amendment would be drafted, if we can figure it out ahead of time, see if we can solve the problems.
Well,
that
I
would be
think they
helpful.
heard me
So thank
talking.
you.
They heard you be
Yes.
talking to you. So
Yes. So that should be good, but I'm also saying if anybody else has any concerns with that as well. I think we have two more that we can do. We'll end up by killing one of my bills, but before that, let's open the executive session on House Bill 1180, which is relative to updating the definition of the state building code to include the latest energy code. And I'll move an expedient to legislate on that. Is there a second? It is 1180. So is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. And let me pull up that folder. We are moving quite quickly through this, which is helpful. So this is the amendment that would deal with the energy code. And I do have to say that I'm the sort of person who wants to build a passive house or a net zero house. But I also fight with myself around the costs and the challenges with it. One of the areas too where there's a big problem is when you're designing a building for somebody who isn't necessarily totally bought in to the green energy prioritization and living in a way that works well with these buildings. When you have a tight building with air exchanges, they're designed to stay tight. And one of the challenges that can happen when you start opening up windows, living in a way that's not how it was designed, you end up getting issues where you can get moisture in there that isn't accounted for with the air exchange. You deal with a lot of different issues that can arise. And that's one of the bigger issues when you're dealing with rental properties, because renters are not owners. Renters view the building differently as a temporary place and a temporary home, not one where they're hoping that the building will potentially last for their children and grandchildren. And it's just simply a different way of living. I wouldn't say better or worse. It's just different. Not everybody wants to have that kind of upkeep on a building for a long period of time. Moving into the energy code and adopting that would bring costs, it would bring challenges, and it would bring the opportunity for some really the potential of some failures of homes, because when you look at the air sealing and some of the other issues, that's what's led to some of the molding issues that then they've been updating the code in order to chase that, in order to deal with those challenges. I would love to see more efficient buildings, but I do not believe that adopting the most recent energy code is the best path forward to that, and the best path forward to making sure that as much housing as possible is available to people in the state. Would you like to speak to your second?
Only to the extent that I think the market is actually preempting us. It's almost like the minimum wage. McDonald's doesn't need a minimum wage. They pay $18 an hour regardless. In the same way, my house was built 20 years ago, and I don't feel any drafts. I think people are already, the market is moving in that direction. People are interested in energy efficient homes. So we may be carrying coals to Newcastle, to use an expression that Representative Schmidt might use.
Thank you. Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in support of HB 1180. I mean, I believe that we need to look at the energy crisis that we're facing here in the state very holistically. I mean, we have some of the highest energy costs anywhere in the country. And part of that is we have to think about how we can reduce our total energy demand. When we're talking about these energy codes, what we would see in the long-term outcome is a decrease in the total amount of energy used by these homes. And that means that we would have greater supply and lower prices. If we want to just follow the basic rules of supply and demand. I think that we need to be talking about how this will actually impact everyone, and how, yes, right now people are making those energy conscious decisions, but we need to be doing a lot more, because it's still something where a lot of these energy inefficient homes are cost shifting onto other people because they are actively using more energy than they need, and that increases costs for everyone because supply is decreased. So I think that we need to think about the energy costs and how we are going to pursue this. And I think that this is something where these energy codes, as we heard, don't necessarily cost nearly as much as the savings over even a 20-year period. So that's why I would encourage you all to overturn the ITL and support the OTP motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sellers?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing's stopping a builder from being an overachiever right now. So if they want to go and make a airtight, energy efficient house or building, they can do that. But to force this on or mandate it on all the people of New Hampshire will drive up the cost in that aspect, where maybe they won't be able to afford buying a house, because that little bit more might put them over the top where they can't now qualify. So I'll be voting for the ITL.
Thank you. Representative Groda, then Representative Schmidt.
Thank you. This is a very difficult issue for people to join hands and sing Kumbaya. I recognize that. However, I think it's important to have the conversation and to keep the conversation going. And I think that the energy codes have changed significantly, and people's understanding of energy and how, you deal with energy in homes is changing too. It's an evolutionary process. So I won't support the ITL, but I am very encouraged by the conversation that we're having and the fact that we're all listening to each other. I think that's very important. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, am I not correct that this code impacts new construction primarily? Right? I don't know if it's exclusively, because some houses can be, rehabbed or rebuilt or whatever. But Representative Sellers is completely correct that a builder can build any kind of house he wants as long as it doesn't fall below the minimums. But but the great majority of the houses and buildings in New Hampshire are already there. They are not going to get rebuilt in any substantial way. And so they are living with whatever the sins or ignorance or error might have been 50 or 100 years ago. I have a building that's over 100 years old. And I have had some work done on it, but most of the people who we're talking about, it's new construction. We also on this committee, for those of you who are newer, know that we've had discussions over the years a number of times with regard to building a building that's too tight. That's not good either. Yeah, I guess you can get a situation where the furnace is sucking more air than the house can support, and you can have some collapse, just like the tin can that I know, whatever. But so I do think it's something we have to weigh in on with a lot of consideration, so that we don't harm the next generation of building and construction. Thank you.
Representative Sytek?
As of 20 years ago, Representative Schmidt, you have to draw the air for the furnace from the outside. You don't draw from the home.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about, but the bottom line is you can still build a building that's too tight, whether by accident or whatever, because the design, that engineering that Representative Pearson was talking about a moment ago, design is an important factor in all of this. And
I'm not criticizing your argument overall. It's just that one little nit that I wanted to pick.
no, it certainly is true that you're supposed to draw the air from the outside.
Yes, actually, the problem with too tight is it draws the furnace exhaust in instead of the intake, and that could be a very, very dangerous outcome. I think we could have more conversation. Did you want to speak, Representative Pearson?
I just got one thing. Let's be reminded here. The state of New Hampshire does have an energy code. It's just the 2018 energy code. So it's not like we have nothing. The question here is really, are we going to adopt what has occurred since the 18 code? And based on the testimony, the only state in the country that has done the 2024 code outright is Rhode Island. That's it. So we've already put ourselves in a position where in New Hampshire, we were one cycle back. We do that for a reason. We let things play out. This is no different.
Thank you, Representative Pearson. That's a very good point. If there is no further discussion, I'll have the clerk call the roll.
The motion is ITL on HB 1180. Representative Slotchie.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Aye.
Representative DeRoy.
Yes.
Representative Sellers.
Would you like my yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I really,
Sellers instead of Kelly.
I really would.
Yes.
You answered for Representative Sellers.
Representative
nap time yet? Yes.
Representative Kelly. Representative Grota.
Representative Groda says no.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Dargy.
No.
Representative Howard.
No.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Long.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 to 6, is it?
Yes, 9 to 6.
9 to 6.
Yes.
And Representative Heath will write the minority report.
Okay. Representative Howard will write the minority.
Wait a minute. The minority report is Howard,
Yes.
and it's ought to pass. Is that your motion will be ought to pass?
Is your motion ought to pass?
Yes.
Yes.
And with that, House Bill 1180, inexpedient to legislate, passes 9 to 6. It'll go on the regular calendar with the minority report of ought to pass by Representative Howard. The executive session on that bill is now closed. And next, I will open up the executive session on House Bill 1657. relative to the reporting and elimination of prolonged vacancies in state government, and I will move an expedient to legislate. Is there a second? 1657, my bill on the vacancies. Thank you. I will speak to that motion. Right now, there's a lot that's going on in state government. There were definitely some areas that I did not recognize the impact of putting a moratorium or getting rid of some of these positions. And therefore, I believe that we don't need this bill in its form, and I've moved an expedient to legislate. So would you like to speak to your second?
You eloquently spoke on it, and I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk can call the roll.
On ITL, the motion is ITL on HB 1657, Representative Slatchi.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Aye.
Representative Sellers?
Yes.
Representative DeRoy?
Yes.
Representative Kelly?
Yes.
Representative Grota?
Yes.
Representative Schmidt?
Yes.
Representative Davis?
Yes.
Representative Dargy?
Yes.
Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Long?
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
This is 15-0.
15-0. If there's no objections, we'll put that on the consent calendar. What's that? Oh, that her mic is on?
Oh, no objection.
No objection. Okay, wonderful. So that'll go on the consent calendar. Actually, and I'll close the executive session on House Bill 1657. You just give me just a moment.
We're up to 41 bills.
We are. You go with us. Go ahead.
Oh,
That's not.
yeah, push it.
Okay, with that, I think we have reached the number of bills that we can exec at this point. We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 bills by my count that we still have to go. And the question is, do we want to meet the Tuesday of our final week in the afternoon and Wednesday, or can we get all of our work done on Wednesday, March 4th?
Who knows? We stay late.
The last day to act is March 4th, correct?
Yes, it is.
So I know that we've been excellent. However, do we want to put the pressure on us to have a huge 4th? I'm fine with whatever, but the concern I have is, can we get these bills done? All 15? I guess we can, right?
We can. I think the biggest part is we'll need to come in with what we're planning to do and make sure that the amount of debate we have is limited to the time available
Right,
and respectful to that time available,
right.
because all of those reports will need to go out. Representative Sellers?
If we meet on Tuesday, you're saying Tuesday the 3rd, right?
Correct.
If we meet there and we had all the bills listed that day, could we recess to the second day if we did not finish?
We could have the second day listed that it's a continuation of all executive sessions that we did not finish.
Is that what would you rather have?
I'm just thinking that it would give us, a bigger window, that's all.
I think that is one way, just one moment, that would be one way to not meet during vacation week, which we said we were going to try not to do. And I think people have made plans around. And so the question then becomes if people are able to do Tuesday to try and get that done and work through these. Representative Sitek and then Representative Howard.
I try to make my extracurricular activities early in the week. Tuesday is one of them, so you'll need a sub if I'm not here, because I can't be here Tuesday.
You're not available Tuesday, so we need to find a sub. Okay. That would
If you
be
go
a
that way.
challenge if we do that.
So if we did that, I would volunteer to be the clerk, because I have been the clerk,
Okay.
but I could never be Representative Sitek.
You You must be in politics.
Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, I would be free Tuesday. I would suggest that if we were going to do Wednesday only, that we do a 9 a.m. start time.
With that, the biggest issue is the Representative Sitek is teaching in the mornings.
So
Gotcha. Okay.
10 is
So-
my, we can do 11 bills a day, come on.
it's always said we had like 14 or 15.
I counted 15 because there were some we were hoping to get done today.
Because we did, I think we did 16 today, and the motions were, with very few exceptions, all ITL with relatively little debate. So what's the nature of the bills that we have left? Because if they're not simple bills, we can't get through them as quickly.
Exactly. We dealt with the ones that were easier and that we were closer to resolution on. They're ones where we have amendments that are pending. I think that if we're meeting at 1 o'clock on Tuesday and then meeting again at 10 on Wednesday, we're going to have a clock that tells us when it's time for us to be done on Wednesday. But I think that also means that we won't be trying to stay here past when the doors lock on Wednesday, which would be tragic for many reasons. Representative Dargy?
Yeah, I recommend that we tackle the hard bills on Tuesday in case they roll over into Thursday, or if there's an amendment needed, or,
Yes.
we can deal with things. So do the hard ones first and finish with the easy ones.
Thank you. I think that's a wonderful idea for us to focus on that.
What's wrong with Monday?
What's that? You're asking what's wrong with Monday?
Yeah.
Are people available on Monday if we're able to get that time? Monday the 2nd? Okay, we have unavailabilities. We have more unavailabilities on Monday. Okay. Okay. Oh, well, we're legally not allowed to be out here after 5 because then it's not open to the public. So, I don't know if there's any prohibitions on pets. I shouldn't have said that on the open camera. We can check the recommendations. But with that, I will notice us for our remaining bills at 1 o'clock on Tuesday, March 3rd, and then to spill over to March 4th. We do have this week off, so anybody who's working on amendments together, let's try and get everything done on the earlier side of this so that maybe we don't even need to come back on Wednesday. A girl can dream. And thank you all very much. I really appreciate all the hard work. Tuesday at 1 and then Wednesday at 10. 10 on Wednesday if we need that. We probably will, but let's try and be as wildly successful as possible.
We went 10 to 2 on Tuesday.
Oh, and we don't have a room available until 1 o'clock on Tuesday. So we were able to slide in after science and tech. So anybody who has a report now that we have from today, let's get those. Yeah, hold on. The reports that we have from today, let's get those in so that those can all be processed. It's going to be a lot for the committee assistants and the clerk's office to get the remainder in. Anybody who's coming with a motion next week, please try and come with it pre-written so you can just make any last minute edits that you need so we can send them along. And thank you all. With that, enjoy your holiday week and I will see you tomorrow. Oh, and if anybody's planning to speak on the bills, let me know.
Okay, how about